in beaches is water.
Beaches of water, yeah. Because first, second, and third. Then you've got Risk then you've got Yankee in then
But
you've
they're
got
not in all the others.
Million Zacharias, then you've got Daniel Son of Wayne against the Arena, and then Benjamin Leon against the Tower.
I don't know whether anyone can get that link from that screen too.
No, because it's private, you need password to the internet after the account.
Right, okay.
So it doesn't matter if the link shows.
So it's still a little bit, but
Have some water.
I've had lots of water this morning. That's why I'm going to use loo. Okay.
We're live.
no.
We're live.
We are.
Yeah, we're live.
Well, I won't be sad.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We'll show you that they are should be the free cameras.
Yeah.
Once you start to say something like, we'll also be like that. So,
Yeah.
and all of that. Well, this doesn't say live, is it? It's your laptop, isn't it? Yeah, let's go. That's the cool. Is that good?
Sounds good.
Yes.
Is the blue taking the briefcase or another?
Is this lighting okay with just this one?
By the way, you're live. You're live.
Oh.
I just turned it up.
Yeah. Okay. When you say it's on, is it on the loading screen or is it live one? It's live.
No, but the video sound.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Okay. If you can't hear that, it's okay. Sounds like.
I'll give it a go.
Much penetration. Everyone's picking that up.
This has been a classic confrontation this afternoon of man versus machine. Oh, there it is. And Kasparov has soundly defeated the neutron dynamic answer.
Thank you. I find it amusing. All machines are just wires, nuts, and bolts. They're stupid by nature.
He played Caracal. His radio was out. But from move 17, the king inside was mine. Took my chances fast. My rook was a knife, and my almighty queen, a beast on age 6. My bishop was gold, his bishop was small, with no time pressure, I'd crush him once and for all. I gave him my good night, but that don't mean a thing. He has more experience, but I won't lose again. Oh, my dear Goblin, come. Wishful eyes deceive me. For optimism's sake, got nowhere to go. Got nowhere to go. Shook his hand, signed the scores. Polite Yes, I could. I can't analyze the look in his eyes. Lonely tell me I cry my despair. Oh, did I let it counterplay? His pieces were dead. I gave up my good night, but I don't need a thing. He has more experience, but I won't lose again. Oh, my dear Capoeiro, where did my dad go? I was feeling waiting 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Now according to Stockfish, I got it all wrong. After slightly advantage, I had nothing but my dear Capablanca. You tell me we learn more from our defeats. Who needs victories, right?
So, hello and welcome to the second round of the Australian Chess Championships for 2026. My name's Ian Rogers and I'll be taking you through the games. We have a very strange broadcast at the moment with compared to yesterday, with Lee Chess having got the games completely out of order, but I will put the pairings up and you'll be able to see what action we've got in store for us today. So, on board one, we have the Mongolian woman player Baya Skarlan Kishigbata, and she's been one of the dominant players in New South Wales now for the last 18 months. She's up against the top seed Trevor Tao, who has been South Australia's best player for 30 years, although arguably in the top two for some of that period. And he looked quite impressive in beating the second strongest female player in the field, women's grandmaster Zhang Jilin, in the previous round. Now he gets the 10th seed Baya Skarlan, and she will probably give him a bit of a fight. On board two, it's quite an interesting one. You've got Queensland's second seed Yi Lu up against Ryder Testolin. Testolin coming off a very good result in Yi's backyard of Brisbane at the Oceania Junior. Could be quite tricky. And then you've got 13-year-old Harvey Zhu up against George C. So Zhu was totally out-prepared yesterday, but still managed to win. C played probably the best game of the round. Board four, Victorian Junior against Daryl Johansson. Johansson, also from Melbourne, knows a lot of the juniors pretty well. Tedrick Lee would have to be playing very well to trouble the Grandmaster. On board five, a really interesting one, veteran Stephen Solomon, who's actually the underdog against 11-year-old Ranch Chakrabarti. Now, Chakrabarti played reasonably yesterday, nothing special. Solomon escaped from a really difficult position to reach an ending which should have been drawn, but typically he just kept going and going and eventually won. Board 6, Melbourne's David Cannon, the international master, playing against Jack Rogers, who was Australia's Olympic captain, but also has made impressions in the music world, having had a #1 on the Triple J Unearthed charts at one point. So if we've got a chance, we might play some Jack Rogers music during the round. On board 7, the only other player and the one who caused the big upset, John Papantonio, he's up against veteran Gary Lane. Lane is certainly seated above him, but Papantonio played very impressively to beat Sterling Bayaka, the 9th seed in the previous round, and he may give Lane some trouble. Lane really struggled to make any impact against Jean Rusakov yesterday. Just a junior from Sydney, one of the lower seeds. Lane was constantly pushing, but his opponent held firm. So that's another one where Papantonio could cause some problems. Further down, Sukai G, who was ill yesterday, turned up late, made a very quick draw. His opponent just said, when asked why he made a quick draw, just said, he offered me a draw, what could I do? So that was over apparently in just 5 minutes or something like that, after Sukai G actually arrived. So, and he's up against Sai Siddharth Narahara Sethi, another of the good juniors from New South Wales. And the other seed who drew, Lee Tri Kien, is up against Terence Tang, who's no longer a junior and in fact spent some time over the last year not actually studying at university, but playing chess. So, well, Tang is, in other words, reasonably professional now in terms of his attitude to the game. On the other hand, Lee is from Melbourne, studying in Melbourne, but also combining that with a lot of success in Melbourne tournaments. So notice how both those players have a CM next to that's candidate master. It's more or less a meaningless title, but it does indicate that a lot of these players have really had hardly any chances to earn legitimate titles. And if you go further up, you see most of, a lot of the titles were achieved at zonals or Oceania junior tournaments or this sort of thing. So there are very few title tournaments in Australia, though there was one recently in Sydney, a round robin international master tournament. It was probably the first one Sydney had for a long, long time, and we might be talking decades. So, but it's great there's someone willing to organise them. Further down, Rusakov, who held Gary Lane, is not the player that Sterling Bayaka wanted to see after his upset yesterday, but he'll have to deal with it. Zhang Jilin is playing Ethan Cheng. Jilin, who runs a chess school in Sydney, the woman grandmaster. I think Ethan Cheng might at some point have been one of her students, so that it could be a matter of pride for that one. Then we've got South Australian champion Alex Min up against Jesse Zafirakis. Zafirakis didn't put in a good game at all yesterday and will be keen to bounce back. But Min has been dominating in Adelaide chess this year. Zafirakis, on the other hand, had a great year up until the last few months, and then his form seems to have dropped away entirely. On board 13, 14-year-old Daniel Wang, the son of Zhang Jilin, is up against Melbourne's Leo Kalina. I'm a bit surprised that Kalina's the underdog there. Wang just went up massively on the last FIDE rating list, which is why he made it into the field. Originally, he was excluded. But yeah, Leo Kalina will be a tough one. 2 juniors playing there, 2 more juniors playing on the next board. Ben Leong from Queensland against St George's Ted Power. Then on board 15, Aidan Odenthal against Pridham Kundu. Kundu didn't have a great day. He's a student, I think, of architecture, perhaps, at Sydney Uni. I'm not sure. Anyway, he's been part of the organising team as well, which is always not considered a great thing for your chess. And he's up against Sydney's Aidan Odenthal, who is, as much a chess teacher nowadays as he is a player, but is still quite capable. William Rumley, the Tasmanian champion, was unlucky enough to get a bye because there were two byes today. Two players who couldn't play today. One, Barman Kargosha, I think as a 50-ish player, he wasn't really keen on 2 rounds in a day. But Heather Richards is a bit more of a worry because she was unable to play yesterday. She fell ill just before the tournament, took yesterday off to get better, and is not in the pairings for this round. So I wonder if she's going to make it to the tournament. If she doesn't, then it's another sign that her long COVID is still with her, because after 2 years after the Chennai Olympiad, which is where she and many of the Australian team quartered at the closing ceremony, she was unable to solve a chess puzzle, put it that way. And now it's 3 years, even more, after 3 and a bit years afterwards, she's seemed to be finally getting better, but it's not good that she's not here. So I'll try to find out more about that. So that's the bottom boards. But let's see about the players who are here. And certainly, I think Trevor Tao is going to be pretty happy with what he's managed to. He would be happy if we had any moves. So let's delete that and go here. Okay, so this is the game on board 1. So it doesn't look like Bias Garland has got the sort of position she wanted, but let's see. So it starts as the Nimzo Indian defence. Well, we started with e6 first because he really doesn't mind a French, but he's not going to get it all the time. So e6 first. Right here, bishop b4, e3 and b6, which back when Bobby Fischer wrote his 60 memorable games said something like, this is the only line for black that hasn't been analysed to death. Well, in the 50 years since then, it has been analysed to death, but they still managed to find some interesting ways to play it. So, b4, e3, b6, knight e2. So that is a very quiet line. The idea is to play a3 and knock the bishop away and go back. And this knight e4 was popularised by Darryl Johansen with a win over Ivan Sokolov, who in one Olympiad at one time, Sokolov was one of the top players in the world, and it was a very convincing win. In fact, Sokolov said afterwards that he never really believed that Johansen was a serious player, and so underestimated totally what Johansen was doing, and it became a classic game. And in fact, Sokolov included it in some of his books as really good play for black in and Nimzo Indian. So, f3. Takes, queen check. I'm not sure f3 is the greatest move of all time, by the way. Or did he delay that? No, he castles first. Waiting for bishop d3, and then queen check. Because now the queen can sit on h3, and white doesn't really want to play bishop f1 to get rid of it. because then the queen goes back, probably to h5, and the bishop's a bit stupid there. It can go to g2 if it wants, but it's not the square you want to go to. So, what happened? King f2, and now f5. So if some lines can open up, then black might have some sort of attack against the king. But at the moment, it's just annoying that, yeah, there are ways to get rid of that queen, but black's very flexible here, and white's Great Wall of China is not really what you want in front of your king, even if you're castle king side. So, yeah, this is where, okay, knight e2 was played with the idea of playing knight f4. So the bishop went back to take it if it goes there. Has he played bishop b7 yet? Still not played bishop b7. And now e4, which is very, very brave because your king's over there and you're opening the f file. But it also makes sense because maybe you can play bishop f4 and then knight takes. So now takes, knight c6. And the point is that if you do chop that off, although we're going to have a very weak e6 pawn, or probably a weak e6 pawn, more importantly, the f3 pawn has less protection, and you've actually swapped one of the best pieces on the board for a knight that wasn't going anywhere. So, yeah, white needs maximum pieces around the king. Starts with knight here. Bishop takes, bishop takes. So Bias-Galen is pretty confident that rook takes isn't going to hurt too much. And that's probably true, though you've got to watch for it. And there's also sometimes g5, but at the moment, while that bishop stays there and black can't, say, play d5 and knock it away, then it should be okay. So yeah, visually, white's got this lovely position, bishop b7. And Bias-Galen is really a new generation player because d5 looks so risky when your king's around there. But she must have calculated a fair bit because, okay, we can't go e5 at the moment because that takes two pieces. And so we have to move our knight. And where do we want it? b4 is a bit exposed, but it could be very annoying. Remembering we can always drop back here and here if we have to. e7 looks a bit weird. I think if knight here, it's possible that bishop takes pawn is going to be good. So, yeah, it's just one of these moves I don't trust. Now, I'm not sure why I don't trust it. Again, rook takes f4, possible, but probably not enough. And if we take, another big question for white, how do you want to take back? Queen takes, king h8, I don't think your queen does that much there. There might be some pawns to get taken, but again, the queen could prove exposed where it is. Pawn takes looks logical, but you have opened the e file for your opponent. Still, it could be good. So, yeah, I actually admire Bias-Galen's courage here. Yeah, I would tend to just want to get developed somehow and just make sure that everything was okay about my position before I worried about d5. But if d5 is good, then it's going to be a big advantage to white. And yeah, and you're giving Tau calculation problems, or at least not so much calculation problems, but a need to calculate early in the game. So we'll see how that works out. But actually, it's not bad. So knight a5 played. So that's a new pawn you have to worry about on c4. So you're not giving any time for white to even think about grabbing that pawn on c7. So we can play queen d3 if we want. Doesn't look bad. Perhaps threatening b4. Now, I don't think bishop a6 is a real problem because of b3. I don't think you can ramp up the pressure there very much. I'm still nervous that there'll be a g5 or an e5 when you're not looking that could open the f-file to black's benefit, but right now the bishop on e4 gets to stay there. And as long as it manages to stay there, white should be invulnerable to most things. Although, to be honest, if you play queen d3 or something like that, neither your bishop nor your queen can get rid of that queen anymore. And that means that it's going to be really tough to avoid some sort of tactic later because this rook can't move or doesn't really want to move, and the other rook can't help get rid of that queen. So all in all, even though black's position on the queen side looks a bit decrepit, you've constantly got kingside, if not pressure, then annoyances, and so white is the one who has to be tactically very, very careful. Okay, before we move on to board 2, I might actually go to the one where I was thinking there might be an upset, Papantonio versus Lane, but it does seem as if Lane knows what he's doing and Papantonio maybe not so much. We've got a quiet line, and now the black has not castled, so knight takes g5 is not likely to be a problem. And now that knight is probably headed for f4. Though we could also take on g3 and play h5 if we wanted. So notice how you can't play h3 anymore because of knight takes g3. There's a pin, you can't take the knight, and you can take the rook next. Is there any bishop takes pawn check trick? It doesn't look like it. Queen b3 doesn't look too scary either. So all in all, it does seem as if any problems are gone out of the opening for Gary Lane. And okay, Solomon against Chakrabarti. I'm guessing, I'll just have a look. I'm really interested in how much of this is preparation, because Solomon's Knight of Sicilian theory is 1970s, 1980s, and yet those ideas by players like Ljubojevic, Velimirovic, and so on all hold up reasonably well nowadays. So I'm just wondering what the 11-year-old has in mind, because he clearly is too young to remember the 1970s. So f4. So he goes for an h6 line. Okay, this is reasonably trendy. The idea is after bishop h4 to make queen b6 more effective. Now, for example, if white plays knight b3, black can think about the immediate queen e3 check, and white can't just go queen e2, I don't think, because we can take the pawn on f4 for free. So, after queen e3, you don't really want to play knight e2 either, so knight b3 is not really a decent move. So the move played by Solomon, a3, is actually not a bad idea. The point is you can play bishop f2 when you need to, and queen takes pawn on b2 is impossible because of knight a4. So bishop e7, bishop f2, and now white has a typical setup in this line. The only difference is the bishop is sitting on f2 rather than g5, but black's lost 2 moves with h6 and queen b6. So white's only lost 2 moves with the bishop, so it comes out rather similarly. There may not be as many sacrifices as normal. Bishop here, rook e1, and now knight c5. And the move played by Solomon here seems unbelievably anti-positional. So right now, neither of them have spent much time, and all of a sudden, b4. Okay, I might actually go to, it's not impossible b4 is a computer recommendation, but I find it a bit unlikely. No, queen h3. I was thinking queen g3, queen h3 is the sort of typical line where you try to play e5 by getting your queen out of the way on the diagonal of the bishop on b7. b4 leaves the knight hanging on c3. So at first it looks as if you can just go knight b3 check. But firstly, we can take with the knight. Secondly, even king b2 might be playable. So the real question here is, why can't we just go knight d7? Because the knight on c3 is hanging. Black can reinforce it with rook c8. You can take on d3, of course. I suppose white will take with the rook, and that may also be quite good for black. So I'm really quite shocked that he'll play b4 here, but there must be some tactic in mind. I wouldn't be totally surprised if Solomon wants to follow with some sort of sacrifice on b5, but this is really good news for Chakrabarti. Even if tactically there might be some problems, if he gets through them, white's king is just not safe where it is at the moment on c1. It's bad enough having an open c file, but having an open c file where white's played b4 is even worse. So that's most unfortunate. And yet typical Solomon, who does everything by calculation rather than worrying about the future. If he thinks b4 works tactically, he's going to play it. And in that respect, he is closer to a computer than most other Australian players, because he'll do something totally anti-positional just because he's calculated it well. Now, of course, unfortunately, he doesn't calculate quite as well as Stockfish. So occasionally he gets it wrong, he gets a horrible position because he's doing something anti-positional, but remarkably often he does get it right. So Stephen Solomon, he is 62 nowadays, I think. If I get it right, hang on, I might check that. Or maybe not. Let's see. So Solomon, 62 years old indeed, against it. So although Chakrabarti had a 50-year age difference yesterday, I think it's 51 years this time. So yeah, he's well, he won't mind playing the old guys. And remember, this 11-year-old is 7th seed, so he is already a very, very serious player. And if his FIDE rating had been what it was 4 months ago, he would have been top seed. So that gives you an idea of how quickly he's moved up the ranks. Look, he played some. Well, I think he overshot, to be honest. He got to 2350, and really that was a bit high. You can go up very, very quickly as a junior because you have a 40K factor, and occasionally you can overshoot with a few good results in one rating period. That happens less and less often because instead of a rating every 6 months, you've got a rating every 1 month. So you can't. There's a limited number of tournaments you can play in a 1 month period. I know, for example, when there was every 6 months, Johansson went up from 2310 to 2495 on one list. So he just won the Lloyds Bank Masters in England, and he was playing exceptionally well. But his first rating was probably too low, and that rating was probably too high. Although soon afterwards he established himself as a 2500 player. But that was actually 10 years before he became a grandmaster. So, he more or less hit 2,500 long before becoming a grandmaster. And remembering also that a 2,500 back in the early 80s, before inflation really kicked in, would probably be 26 plus nowadays. Although the quantity of inflation, reasons for it are all debated. Of course, inflation doesn't matter if the sole reason for it is that everyone's actually getting better. Since the rating system came in, or since, say, 1979, 1980, there's been probably about 200 points, maybe a bit more inflation, although the recent deflation has meant, let's say 200 points. And the general estimate is about 75 of that is due to players getting better, and about 125 is due to some FIDE policies that resulted in just inflating the whole system. Things like the pro-Karpov policy of not being able to lose any rating points if you won a tournament. So if Karpov was rated well ahead of the field and he won the tournament with, say, 8 draws and 2 wins, then normally his performance rating was way below his rating, but he couldn't lose points. And that generally inflated the top. Because remembering when the Grandmaster system came in, there were maybe 10 players above 2,600, sometimes 12. So that really meant you had to perform to a level of the top 10 to get a Grandmaster norm. And of course, nowadays, there's more than 100. At one point, there were just about 100 over 2,700, I think. Certainly more than 50. That's changed with the deflation in the system. And what's curious is that when there was inflation in the system, nobody complained because it was easier to get title norms. And now that there's deflation in the system, a lot of the top players are complaining a lot. And they want it to go back to where it was because, of course, nobody is even has a hope of catching any of the record rating levels because they were all established when inflation was perhaps at its peak. I remember when Kasparov got to 2850, which was the record rating back then, he actually gave an interview saying he thinks that achievement is about equal to Bobby Fischer's 2785, which was his record rating in terms of inflation. Now, he was probably not quite there because, of course, Fischer got his record rating after beating 20 top players in a row without any draws. But even so, it was certainly a major achievement. So to go from 2850 in Kasparov's day to 2882 for Carlsen is not such an achievement. Although after the 80s, early 90s, inflation did slow down a bit. So, but it was still, you could see it even, the top 100 would go up 5 points every rating list. Every 6 months, you'd need an extra 5 points to stay in the top 100. And that was a good indicator of what was happening. Okay, so Chakrabarti has still not moved, and I'm not surprised because B4, you feel like you should be able to refute it. But it's just so weird. If he wants a simple life, he'll just take on D3 and castle and just have a great position. If he wants to keep it complicated, he'll go knight D7 because if from there he can go to B6 and C4 or something like that, it could be very, very effective too. So anyway, that's the Solomon game. So let's go now to, if I can find it, to the game on board 2. Here we go. And the best part of this is that Yi, who is our top player of the French defence, is facing a French defence today. So Testolin is brave. He does play it as a main line. So we'll see what Yi has in store. Okay, well, the first thing about this position is that Testolin does not play bishop b4, which is Yi's favourite line. So how much Yi knows about this is another question. But he plays the current main line, which is to not play bishop g5, but play e5 first. And both sides play is fairly obvious. You get your pieces out. bishop e3, I guess. Yep. And here black has a massive choice. I know Anton Smirnov played this in a rest of the world against America junior match some years ago, and I think he played bishop e7 against Sam Sevian and lost to some very good Kasparov preparation. But he until then he was just about the top scorer of the rest of the world. He'd beaten Sevian in the first round of it was a double round robin. Or double Scheveningen, actually, which means your team plays their team, one game against each team member. And okay, so for all the Dutch listeners watching the live stream, I hope I've done a reasonable job of Scheveningen because, or even maybe I shouldn't be pronouncing the N at the end, because apparently that was the word used by the Dutch to determine if Germans were spies. Scheveningen is just a beach near The Hague, and it was the one word that the Germans apparently couldn't pronounce properly. So even if they were beautifully trained in Dutch to be spies in the Netherlands, if you asked them if they were going to the beach, they would fall apart, and then you'd know they were a spy. So, okay, but having spent a long time in the Netherlands, I still couldn't get it quite right, but I had an effort anyway. So a6, that's one of the lines. You do want to play b5, and so queen d2, b5. Here it is very common and very disastrous for white to castle queenside because black will immediately play c4 and then steamroller you with queen a5 and b4 and rook b8 and c3, and you'll get absolutely killed, as some other Australian Championship games have shown. But here it doesn't play what is very common, which is to kill the attack by taking on c5 and then getting developed. So that's definitely you can take on c5, you can follow with a3, you can even play a3 first if you want. And there are a lot of players who also try for bishop e2 and castles kingside around here because it's not as if you're really getting killed on that side of the board. One problem with bishop e2 is that after b4, you probably have to go to a4, which is not your ideal square. Yeah, ideally, you'd take here and your knight would finish up on d4. The problem is the black knight often finishes up on e4, so it isn't quite as easy as it looks. So Yi instead played h4. So I don't think he's going to go kingside. So, h5, get black to play h6, and then rook h3 is quite common. If black develops this bishop on f8, you're going to go rook g3, and so maybe at some point you'll take on c5. So b4 played, I think. No, bishop b7 played. Knight e2 and b4 anyway. So h5, h6. It is possible to let the pawn get to h6, but you will have some weak dark squares. I think it's not terrible to not play h6. The other thing about h6 is it makes g4, f5 a little bit more effective. In some endgames, that pawn will go to f6 and leave that h6 pawn isolated, but okay, not around here. So instead, rook h3, a5. Notice how neither player wants to castle at all because black wants to attack on the queen side and doesn't want to walk into white's king side attack, and white can only go into those pawns, which wouldn't be very clever. So king f2, but he is castling by hand. a4, king g1. Now, the first thing I notice about this position is that Yi has started using some time. So it's definitely not all according to plan, but he is just waiting for black to resolve the tension over here. For example, c4 would be a bit of a disaster. If you play c4, we can instantly go for f5, maybe immediately, followed by knight f4, maybe g4 first. But either way, there's no counterplay for black on the queen side at all. Once you've blocked it, you've got the great pawns. Maybe they'll be good in some endgame, but in terms of attacking, they're not going anywhere. So at some point, black will want to take on d4, and that is where white is perfectly set up to take back, probably with the e knight, maybe play bishop b5 sometime, and just get a very, very good piece sitting on d4. Now, the downside for white after takes, knight takes, is that sometimes it's hard to play f5 because your e5 pawn is weak. But that, with time, that can be resolved, and if black isn't doing anything serious, then you don't have to worry. So queen a5 played. So I don't think that b3 is a threat here at all. What he's really doing is overprotecting the c5 pawn. So here white has to decide, is it time for g4? Or do we have something better? And is black thinking of going queenside is the next question. I know you've got all your pawns moved in front of your king, but maybe that doesn't matter too much. If that's the case, maybe white should be thinking about some way to disrupt black. Given the endings are quite nice for white, a move like a3 could be interesting, but yeah, normally I would just want to concentrate on the king side. But yeah, queen a5 and castling queenside is at least a way of getting out of white's attack for the time being. And okay, the computer wants to play f5 immediately. Okay, takes rook g3. Okay, that is not human and will not happen. Yeah, forget it. I mean, you could start with rook g3 if you wanted, but nobody's going to give away their pawn and then not follow with knight f4, but follow with rook g3 just to tie black down a little bit. You tie them down first, think later. Okay, on board 3, we've got another junior game. Okay, and here, well, it looks like a world championship game between Karpov and Kasparov, or if not a world championship game, a candidates final. They spent ages with Karpov white and Korchnoi black playing these isolated pawn positions. Okay, thank you. So let's see how we go. It was a French defense, which white played knight d2, which is what Harvey Jou's done, and now George C played a6 first before c5. Well, it's a reasonable line, and then c5. Now, there's in the Karpov-Korchnoi matches, there were, in particular, I think the candidates final of 1974, which turned out to be a world championship match because Bobby Fischer didn't defend his title. This sort of line, this knight d2 French, happened, I think, 7 times, and Korchnoi didn't lose any of them defending the isolated d pawn. He got into difficulty sometime, but it was very hard to crash through. And he was playing c5 and that sort of thing. It was when he went for other openings like the dragon that he got into trouble. But okay, still, you've got to have a particular character to be happy to defend these positions game after game after game against such a good technical player as Karpov. And Korchnoi did seem to have the right character. So, takes, and since you can't put the bishop on b5, and bishop d3, c4 might be annoying, he plays very modestly. Pawn takes, bishop here, knight here, castles. We don't care if you want to take our pawn on d4 because we'll always be able to get it back with knight b3. So in a lot of these positions, c4 might be playable because you can back it up with b5, but you can equally well get absolutely smashed by the open lines. So yeah, it's really risky to play c4, even when you can get away with it and the pawn chain doesn't get broken up completely. So he just played knight here, rook e1, and bishop e6. And 9 times out of 10, in an isolated pawn position, that is not where the bishop wants to go. If you have to defend your d-pawn with that bishop, you're probably not doing terribly well. I explained some of this in The World's Most Boring Chess Book, which came out last year and was devoted to endgames with isolated d-pawns. And yeah, I've got a number of people who absolutely agree that it was well titled. But if you want to know about isolated d-pawns in the ending, then it's the book for you, but not many people do. And but the conclusion was, yeah, that let's say it's a normal ending with lots of pieces off the board and a white king here and a black king here in an isolated pawn position. You don't want your bishop on e6. You want your knight on e6 if you can get it there. Or you don't want your knight here because the king is uncheckable. You want the knight on e7 so it can check on f5 or on c6. So there's all sorts of little things about the bishop on e6 that are not really perfect. So I would, yeah, okay. And Harvey decides, okay, he'd rather gain a tempo by waiting for that bishop to move, but in the end he decides, I'm pretty happy with this sort of isolated pawn position. Bishop back. By the way, in the Korchnoi games, he almost always took the bishop back to d6 rather than to a7 or b6. Usually b6 was the option. Now, there were some tactical reasons for that in his match, but also he wanted his bishop on g4 and he wanted pieces pointed at the king side. And it would be just a lone bishop on d6. So knight f d4 probably. Yep, castles. Now, it's true. You could walk into trouble if you took on e6, pawn takes, because of the slightly weak pawn on f2. But that is a... sorry, the rook's not on e1 yet, I think. Oh, it is on e1. Yeah, so f2 would be quite weak. But that's a sort of tactical weakness that you can cover. And at any moment, something like knight takes e6 and c4, or c4 takes knight e6, could lead to a very favourable ending as long as f2 isn't weak. So again, the bishop on e6 is not really happy where it is. So castles, so just bishop g5. I was wondering whether to go to e3 and h6. And so, yeah, George C is saying, do you really want to go back to h4 where you can't cover the e3 square or the d4 square as well? Or do you want to go back to e3 and pretend that h6 is a weakness? I don't know, but it's a good way to get some time on the clock. Okay, those clocks aren't terribly accurate, but there's no doubt that Harvey has spent quite a bit of time on this move. So Harvey Zhu's had some really good results over the last year or two. It was really in 2023 that he burst onto the scene by winning the New South Wales Rapid Championship ahead of players like George C, I believe. So for an 11-year-old, that was absolutely sensational. Of course, Ranch Chakrabarti came along and proved that nowadays 11-year-olds can get pretty good, but it certainly indicated he was already a strong player. And then at various tournaments like the Dobell Cup, Sydney International, he's shown that he really is a serious player. So right now, yeah, his rating is 2240 almost, and it's been going up regularly. Remembering, of course, that Australian players often start with an extremely low FIDE rating. Their first tournament might be when they're quite weak, and because Australia has so few FIDE rated tournaments, and this applies to Vietnam, it applies to lots of Asian countries, in fact, their rating never really catches with their true strength, because if your first ELO rating is, say, 1400, and you're only playing 2 FIDE rated tournaments a year, then you could be 2200 by the time your rating gets to 1800. and that's been shown well in lots and lots of places. But I remember a 1900 player, Andrew Brown, a very serious player from Canberra, getting an IM norm in the Dobell Cup, and I don't know if that's the lowest rated player ever to get an IM norm, which is a 2450 performance. But he was a very serious player. But he'd started out with a rating of 1100, and he just didn't get enough opportunities to move it up quickly. So he had been improving in the same way Harvey Zhu's been going up regularly, but it's just not fast enough to keep up with your strength. So I would not be surprised if a junior won this tournament, put it that way. But it is hard to play all those experienced players. So right now, you can actually see that the bar is favouring white quite a lot. But in practice, I don't think it's anywhere near as easy as it looks to exploit that sort of bad D-pawn. Basically, George C has got a really bad version of an isolated D-pawn position. And even then, what's the worst that is going to happen? He loses his D-pawn? Well, even those endgames are going to be really hard to win. So, it's having a positional advantage or disadvantage rather is nowhere near the same as having a tactical disadvantage where you're losing things or your king's getting mated. So it's the same reason why queenside attacks aren't as good as kingside attacks, because the best that can happen is you wipe out their queenside, but the game continues. Whereas if you're launching a kingside attack, then if you get through, you just win. Anyway, so very promising for the young Sydney player, but I don't know. It's nothing like 1.4 advantage in practice. Oh, they don't even think it's 1.4 anymore. So you leave it long enough, and the computer changes its mind. Okay, it wants to play bishop e3. I can understand that. Bishop e3, then c3 perhaps. Just normal moves, and you're definitely better. But winning is another thing. Okay, George C, by the way, was involved in one of the all-time great Australian Championship races, I think in 2010, where both he and Zhao Zhongwan got to 9 out of 10 with 1 round to play. And ultimately, George lost the last round and Zhao Zhongwan won it. So Zhao Zhongwan was the Australian champion. But there was, a 9 out of 11 score would win the tournament, I don't know, 8 times out of 10. And George played incredibly well. It was around that period that he got his 3 Grandmaster norms. In fact, he's the only player to get 3 Grandmaster norms in Australia. And until very recently, he was the only player ever to get a Grandmaster norm in Australia. So, you play the Dobell Cup, you play the Sydney International, you've got to get the right number of foreigners, you've got to get the right average field, you've got to get the right number of title players. If you have a couple of unlucky pairings in the first 2 rounds, you probably can't get any of them. So George somehow managed to get all his title norms in Australia and still couldn't get to the 2500 rating, possibly because he was playing in Australia and people were dragging him down, the underrateds. So, okay. That's our board 3. And we still haven't got a move by Harvey Zhu. Okay, this is definitely one situation where this is a total waste of time by Harvey Zhu. You've got a choice of 2, bishop e3 and bishop h4. They're both completely reasonable moves, and the difference between them is likely to be quite small. So if you've spent 5 minutes thinking about it, or even 10, you should mentally toss a coin. And just, if it comes up heads, play bishop e3. If your mental toss comes up tails, you play bishop h4. And you will also, that will also be useful because your subconscious might be telling you, I want heads, and you'll play bishop e3. But in either way, you will save lots of time on the clock. So here, this is time that Zhu will need 20 moves down the track when the position is totally different, and whether he's played bishop h4 or bishop e3 will be irrelevant. And instead, he'll have 30 seconds to solve the problems. So he's genuinely wasting his time, which is a bad sign for sure. Okay, next up we have Tedrick Lee against Daryl Johansen, and that looks remarkably like a Benoni opening, maybe a little strange one. Let's have a look. So d4, knight f6, c4, c5, d5. Here I know this morning that Johansen was threatening to play a Benko Gambit, which is not his normal play, but instead he plays the way he often does in the Benoni, which is not to play a main line with a very quick e6, or if you do play e6, you don't swap on d5 quickly. You constantly give your opponent the chance to do something else. So g6, knight c3, d6, e4, bishop g7, I suppose. Yep. So here, huge choice for white. In the end, Tedrick Lee decides he wants to play his normal system, which is bishop d3, knight f3, h3. It's quite a famous system because there's a very, very sharp main line which goes to about move 30, which leads to queen against two rooks. And it's a real debate about whether the two rooks can beat the queen, but it's always the two rooks playing for a win. I know that on the white side, Johansen has won it with the two rooks, but there's nothing a junior would like more than having a grandmaster sort of sitting and suffering in an ending where there are only two results. So I can understand why white doesn't take advantage of the fact he's got f4 for free here if he wants, for example. There's lots of sharp lines you can play against this. Okay, so he plays bishop here, bishop castles, h3, e6, knight f3. So if you take on d5, c takes d5, b5 is that main line. And after bishop takes, knight, anyway, lots and lots of complicated stuff. I probably could remember the line up to move 30 because I actually prepared it for Daryl at some point. Never actually got a chance to play it, but it's a sort of line that will force the commentators to stay 2 extra hours while the two rooks try to beat the queen. The games don't finish that quickly. The one thing I do remember is that Anatoly Karpov tried to beat Judith Polgar that way with the two rooks against the queen, and everything went really smoothly until she tricked him and actually won the game. And it's about the only game I can remember where the side with the queen managed to do something, but she had been suffering for a bit. She'd got to a position which should have been a draw, and Karpov wasn't really happy with that and walked into one of her famous traps. Okay, and here Johansen does not take on d5. He plays knight a6 first. So black has a whole lot of ideas. I'd rather not play knight a6 because when he takes on e6, you would rather take with the bishop and your knight jumping somewhere around here. But okay, if you can't have that, knight a6. Johansen has 3 waiting moves before he has to take on d5. He's got rook b8, his knight a6, rook e8, or maybe a 4th, knight c7 as well. And maybe you can add a6. There's all sorts of things he can do before he has to take on d5, and this is where Tedrick Lee has to find a good plan. So he castles. Well, obviously that can't be bad. Knight c7 and rook e1. Now, whenever white takes on e6, black is almost certainly going to take back with a piece, because if you take back with the pawn, usually e5 ruins your pawn structure. So, but taking back with the piece, white is not well set up to have a go at that pawn on d6 because the bishop on d3 gets in the way. So that is not really a worry. So rook b8 played, a4, fair enough. So is he going to go a6? He did indeed. Rook e8 is another decent move. But okay, if you play rook e8, you probably can't play. Well, there'll be some circumstances where you can't play rook e8 and a6 because there'll be a breakthrough of e5 and d6 and that. Oh no, the knight has a8, so it won't get trapped. So maybe that's not so bad. Anyway, he plays a6 because he's actually not worried about white playing a5. Now, I don't think b5 is a threat, so white did not need to react with a5. He did so, and now takes probably, and takes, and now we can play bishop d7 and put something on b5. And that's what happened. Bishop here, bishop f4, and bishop b5. And white does not want to take that bishop because black will get rolling pawns, or sometimes a knight that comes in on d4, depending on how things go. But black is quite ready to just play normally. So if white cannot play e5, then white's whole setup is not working. So this is probably why Tedrick Lee is thinking. Now, the downside of e5 is that d5 pawn. So he played a move that, okay, I can understand in a way if e5 knight takes threatens that bishop. The other issue was whether you could take and play e5 now, which also looks possible. But okay, so bishop h2 played. And right now, we can't play the move we want to play, which is knight fd7, which would probably give black a very good position, but d6 is hanging. So you don't have that at the moment. So what else can we do? I definitely don't want to play queen e7 because I'm walking into the line of that rook. Even queen d7, I'm worried about a knight taking on e5 and hitting my queen. So Johansson needs a good move here. Rook e8 looks fairly sensible. There might still be e5, but I'm not too worried about it. Maybe I should be. What else can we do? I don't want to take on d3 because I'm helping to develop the white queen, and knight b5 is not so easy to play. I don't want to play c4 because it gives the d4 square away to a white knight and ruins my bishop on b5. So I need a good move directed against e5. It could be rook c8, getting out of that diagonal. Might actually be good. Then it's a big question. Is e5 playable? Should you be taking on b5 first and then playing e5 and allowing the black knight into b5? Really hard to say. How's Johansson's clock? That's not a realistic clock. They're probably both at about the 1 hour mark. Tedrick Lee, who is just 15 years old from Melbourne, is giving the only grandmaster in the field, or the only open grandmaster in the field, a real run for his money. Tedrick Lee was the Australian under-14 champion last year, so he has been a good player for a while, and he's had some decent results in Melbourne. The best was probably winning the Melbourne Chess Club Spring Classic, I think it was, ahead of players like Sukai, and so he's definitely one of the coming players. And the other thing is he won the Oceania Under-18 a couple of weeks ago, and that means that he is an IM, International Master, as elect. As soon as the FIDE General Congress have their next meeting, he will be an international master. And when you get an Oceania title, there are certain rating minimums, but he's already passed that rating minimum. So he will be Australia's newest international master alongside Ryder Testerlin when the FIDE meeting happens next. So, all right, let's have a look at a few that we're not putting up on a demo board. Stephen Solomon we saw before. That was certainly a crazy line. And after thinking forever, he played knight takes bishop check, which is a very sensible move. And what amazes me is not that he played knight takes bishop check, but that Solomon hasn't replied immediately with rook takes. Oh, queen takes is of course playable, but your knight on c3 is not as well protected. So that is weird. Very, very weird. So, which makes me wonder if the transmission's broken down. It's not impossible. So here, if I put the computer on it, yeah, they already think black is better after rook takes. Not a lot, which surprises me, which means b4 is not as stupid as it looked. But I didn't expect b4 to be losing or anything because Solomon wouldn't have played it if it was way too risky. But it just feels like it's white's king that's going to be weak for the rest of the game.
Is it just that board or other boards?
Well, give it a bit more time and we'll see if he doesn't reply. It's not unlike Solomon to waste 20 minutes on a simple recapture when he's got a choice of two. But as Vishwanathan Anand says, anything after 10 minutes is usually diminishing returns. That you tend to optimize your analysis in the first 10 minutes, and after that you start looking at bad moves and miscalculating and so on. So now, of course, Anand was the fastest player in the world when he was a junior. He's just got a book out called The Lightning Kid, which is what he was known. In fact, there was one person who described him as playing faster than God thinks when he was a kid. I saw him at the World Open in 1986, beat the, no, it wasn't the top seed. It was a guy called Nick DeFermian. He was one of the top seeds, top American player. And he used 7 minutes on the clock in this crazy sharp game where his opponent ran into time trouble. And we're talking years without increment or anything like that. It was a genuine 7 minutes on the clock. He also drew easily with the top seed, a Hungarian called Gyula Saks. He used almost no time, and Saks used almost all his time on the clock. So really, it was unbelievable. And in fact, when he finally played a candidates match against Karpov as a teenager, it was a quarterfinal of the candidates, the last day of the World Championship. He used quite a bit of time, and he was asked afterwards, and he said, well, everyone said it would be disrespectful to play really fast against Karpov, so I'm not actually thinking, but I'm using up my time. I know when I'm going to play, but I don't want to be disrespectful to you, one of the legends, so I'm just using up at least half an hour a game or even more. And he ultimately lost that match 4.5 to 3.5. And that was unlucky. So, in fact, throughout his life, Karpov caused Anand some problems. It's always useful to beat up a player when they're a kid because there's hangovers in their psychology about it later. So Karpov also beat Anand when they were playing for the FIDE World title in 1997. That time the match was drawn 3-3, and Anand, the fastest player in the world, played terribly in the two rapid playoffs, and Karpov beat him in both. So that cost him a FIDE World title. And so Karpov has sometimes had the wood over Anand. Of course, Anand became a much stronger player than him as Karpov got older, but even so.
Was that the one where Karpov didn't have to play any of the...
Oh, yeah. The other disadvantage was that Anand, just before the match against Karpov in Lausanne, Anand had to play a month of qualifiers in Groningen. Finally beat Mickey Adams in the final, the very last match, a really grueling match, and then had 2 days to jump on the plane to Switzerland and start playing a very fresh Karpov. And in fact, he played pretty badly early in the match, but by the time they got to game 6, I think Anand was 1 down with 1 to play. He won that, and then Karpov just crushed him in the rapids. So it was most unfortunate. But okay, back to our top game, eh? Let's see how Trevor Tao is doing in the very complicated game he had against Mongolia's finest, Kishigbata Bayasagalan. So we haven't had many moves, but yeah, it's that permanent weakness of the white king that I'm truly worried about. But the 2 bishops aren't bad. So knight a5 was played here, and now instead of queen d3, rook c1. I think she's still hoping to play queen f1 at a good moment. So now c5 was played. That stops b4 winning the knight. It still feels a bit weird. That knight is horribly out of play for the moment. And bishop d6, which I truly don't understand that well. I'd be fairly happy with, say, queen f1 followed by queen d3. Unless, if you play queen f1, they swap and then take on c4. So that is a problem. So bishop d6 played, rook here, and now. Now if you take on c4, there'll be pawn takes pawn here, threatening to take that rook with check. So that is a bonus. But instead she played b4, which I don't trust at all. First of all, after pawn takes, bishop takes, am I really worried about bishop takes knight? I guess I could be, because after pawn takes, there's pawn takes pawn with the same tricks as before. But yeah, you've now given up all hope of actually trapping that knight with a3 and b4. So yeah, look, that bishop could be good. It might turn up on c3 and queen d4, but I feel like it's actually what Bayasagalan is playing the whole game, and that is keeping on Trevor Tao on his toes by not giving him any chance to build up on the king side, just one forcing move after another. And yeah, she certainly is staying active. It's just this one doesn't feel quite as good as the others. Okay, so knight takes pawn is losing to pawn takes here, as far as I can see. Then if queen takes, we can take on b7, and I think we're winning. Probably. So I don't know why Trevor is not taking here. I'm sure he would love to take on c4. He might be thinking about taking on d5 first, but it's a very easy reply for... Actually, even bishop takes is interesting, because that's threatening a lot of rooks. Bishop takes, queen takes, knight c6, probably still okay. So yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't want to take on b4 immediately and think later. Yeah, it's they say white's better. Wow. Takes, rook e8, queen d4. Okay, and is b4 the best move, or was there something else? Queen d3, okay, something normal. So not queen f1 first, but queen d3 immediately. And they say white is a bit better. So she's done well to maintain control over the position. She can't use her rook on h1 because the queen takes h2 check all the time. So that queen, admittedly, it's a whole queen. Oh, that is unreal. So I did think Anand played quickly, but this is a different matter. This is super fast. So what on earth happened? Took on b4. So the transmission must have been lagging badly. Bishop takes. Rook c8. Okay, so my question is, what is wrong with bishop takes knight? Threatening pawn takes pawn here. The only possible answer is pawn takes. I guess bishop takes, queen takes, and you take back. And then in a major piece ending, I'm fairly sure that white's king will is bad enough that there will never be an advantage for white. Whether it's advantage for black is another question. So, okay, c5 played instead. That is pretty extraordinary. I think I'd rather take the knight than play that. So what does it do? Not much. Take, 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 take. Yeah, so thank you. So I don't even know if pawn takes pawn is a threat, because if rook takes rook and queen takes pawn check. So this looks weird. Knight c6 played. Pawn takes, pawn takes. Are we really going to go bishop c3 here? No. Bishop d6 is possible to stop rook f8 and also cover knight e5 and that sort of thing. So bishop d6 might hold the attack back, but again, you've got to be really careful. I mean, there's little tricks like queen g4 coming up, and then throwing maybe knight d4 in and this sort of thing. Oh, okay, at the moment queen d4 we can take here and then take there. So that's covered for the moment, but only for the moment. So yeah, the closer it gets to a major piece ending, the less I like this king. But for the moment, white has managed to keep control. Rook here, eh? Oh, okay, rook h4 or rook f4. They do seem like decent ideas. And I don't think Trevor Tao will want to play a quiet move like queen e6. Actually, you probably can't because we swap and double rooks. Because, oh no, the rook f3 check then. King moves. Still winning for white. Okay, so rook f4, knight e5. No, not possible. Rook c4, rook e8. Okay, makes sense. Now knight e5 starts becoming possible. So there is also a rook e2 check idea, followed by queen check here. So that king is starting to feel a bit loose. So bishop d6. Now hang on, rook f4 first. Okay, so if we do check and queen check here, we start running away. And if you ever take the rook, f7 is hanging. That makes sense. So knight here. A few more pieces off the board and white will actually stand very well. Bishop c3 perhaps. Bishop c3 makes a lot of sense. Yes?
In a minute or two, they're going to have to reset everything, so you might lose the feed just for a minute or so, okay, and it'll come back.
Okay, sure. In fact, she played bishop d6. That's clever because it forces queen e6. And now white has a slightly better rook ending if you swap queens, but not enough. So instead, white gets more ambitious. So queen here now, I'm pretty sure we could just play king g1 and we're out of the worst of it. But if you swap, the top seed is in a horrible ending, in fact. But instead, right at this moment, you can take here. Take, and this, yeah, should be fine for black. Knight c4. That's a good square for the knight. So probably f5 now. Maybe queen f7 then. Yeah, black actually allowing that rook f4 was probably not so clever. So now everybody's got weak pawns, but the black knight is slightly better than the white bishop. Not by much, I must admit. So right now, white should be looking for a way to just calm everything down and get a rook ending, which is going to be a draw because everything's weak. So how do we do that? So f5, queen f7, take, maybe bishop f4, but that f5 pawn could get a bit weak. So I'm not happy, although d7 is also very weak. Yeah, if queen takes, rook takes, I'm not so happy because I've improved the position of that rook on e8. Right now, there's no threats of queen checks because there's a pin. So just moving the bishop first makes sense. Bishop c7, it could be interesting. And knight e3 doesn't do much. We take with check and then take on d7 perhaps. So yeah, but Bias Garland, who a move or two ago almost certainly held the upper hand, has probably spoiled it here. Yeah, so probably you have to just make a draw by taking on e6 and taking on e5 and taking on f7, and then rook d1 or rook b1. But instead, yeah, she's allowed something that's not so ideal. Also, maybe is knight c4 not being played? Because they keep saying back to live move. Oh no, okay, here we go. And they'll say some small advantage for black. No, bishop b4. It's not, yeah, it's 0-0-0. But I don't think there's any chances for white to win at all. Because even if white wins 2 queenside pawns for 1, the 3 against 2 are not going anywhere at the moment. Okay, so let's see if we've got an update on the Chakrabarti game against Stephen Solomon that, well, okay. Let's play count the pawns. That is 1 extra for black. How did that happen? Queen d3 played. Not, okay. That's certainly not as good as rook takes, castles. Is he really going to go e5 here? It just opens up for the light squared bishop. f5 here, knight here. What a disastrous plan. This is game over, I think. Maybe you can play knight d5. It's not great. But the problem is you can't play king b2 here, which I'm sure Solomon intended because of queen takes knight check. So, and if you play rook e3, queen takes knight is still very good because the e4 pawn is critically weak. So you have to play knight d5, and after bishop takes, pawn takes, probably e4, but there may be other good moves. So yeah, this has gone completely wrong for Solomon, as we sort of predicted it might after b4, but Solomon just wasn't careful. I mean, this whole f5 before you've consolidated on the queen side is just crazy. And now your e4 pawn's weak. And it's actually very similar to, oh no, he did play king b2. It's very similar to any typical sacrifice on c3 in a Sicilian in order to win the e4 pawn, except this time you have to give the exchange back immediately, and that is game over. 2 pawns. And this should be a matter of technique for Chakrabarti. and they say -4. That'll do. So Solomon has simply blundered with king b2, and that is after queen c3. I mean, he was famous for looking at forcing moves, and it really is old age for Solomon. He's 62 now. He just makes mistakes that he would never ever have made before, and that is the simplest of combinations. And it turns out it wins 2 pawns, not just one, because here f5's hanging, g2's hanging, rook c8 is coming, so you just can't do anything. Okay, I don't think we'll have to follow that for very long, but a great win for the 11-year-old from Sydney, and he is now he's going to be the first person to reach 2 out of 2. So let's see how Testelen and Yi are doing in their French defence. And, well, Blake might have made a little bit of progress. Let's have a look. Rook d1 played, and knight b6. Okay, you've got to worry about knight c4, so it is a bonus if you have to play b3. He didn't want to play b3. Bishop here, knight here, queen c1. But okay, you feel as if black might be getting somewhere. You still don't want to take on d4 if you can help it, although white is almost ready just to take and put a knight on d4 and just claim a very solid position. So Testelen keeps coming. Knight here, rook e1, and now c4 could be interesting. I guess that after c4 takes, you'll take this way, and unless we can get some pressure on the c file, oh no, hang on, a2, queen a1, it's weird, the knight's trapped, but white can't take it for a while. I feel like I want to play c4 here, but I could just put a rook on the c file. Yeah, the knight is trapped, but it's also doing a very annoying job stopping this c pawn from doing anything effective because there'll be knight d3 all the time. But I don't know. And not being able to get out is a real hassle. I don't see how black can really step up the pressure apart from playing c4 and taking here. Maybe there's a bishop a6 first, perhaps. Doesn't help the knight though. So our second seed, Yi Lu, is relying on that knight being out of play for the rest of the game. All Testelen has to do is open up the queen side and he will actually have a very good position. Now, those clock times may not be realistic, but they do indicate Testelen is way behind on the clock. And the computer is giving a line that is simply not going to happen. The computer is saying in this position, you play c4 with black, and white will reply by taking on c4 and letting the knight on b2 out, which absolutely is not going to happen. And then they say after you take back, we've got an f5 move and white's got some attack on that side of the board. Maybe, but that's, again, a computer making an assessment based on a tactical line that happens to work at this particular moment rather than making an assessment on what's going to happen with normal moves by the players. So bishop a6 played. Now it's completely possible here if we want to take on c5. Even if you play bishop b2, we'll take back. We should be okay. Maybe not. Maybe bishop c5 and we can't put a knight on d4. So, yeah, that's trying to slow white down. The other thing that could be really dangerous is a very quick f5 move. Because right now black's king's in the middle of the board and white does have a lot of pieces in that general area. So it could be that f5 might work quite well. It may be that black will just castle queenside, but we can take on e6 and play knight f4, and there are a lot of holes in the black position then. So the black queen is terribly offside. So right now, black has no threat, so perhaps going rook g3 is possible, but I think f5 and knight f4, which will also force the white squared bishops off. Whether that's a problem or not, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really tempted to attack with that knight sitting on b2 and the queen sitting on a5, because there are fewer defensive pieces than there were before. So we'll have to see. Okay, how's George C doing with his isolated pawn? He is going berserk. Okay, bishop h4 was played, and now g5. Okay, this is one of these ideas where in practice it's hard to handle, even though you know the computer's going to be saying white has a massive advantage. So knight e4. So here bishop d3 is quite tempting. But he went c3 first. Oh no, sorry, d4 is hanging at the moment. So c3 first makes sense. Queen f6. And now bishop d3. So if you take on d4 with the knight, pawn takes, bishop takes. At the end of it, we can take on e4. That's actually reasonable drawing chances for black. So he's done something right, but instead he takes here and king g7. So the only way to break up this pawn structure is going to be to play h5, h4 at some point. And right now, we can't really take on e6 because of the f2 pawn being too weak. So what white would like, however, is some sort of knight f5 check. So I wonder if queen f3 is a move. Black can steal the d4 pawn, but I feel as if I might get close to that king. Having queen f3 as a possibility makes me wonder if queen h5 is better, but then knight e5 and bishop g4 sometime. So yeah, queen f3, I guess knight e5 is equal, but... So hang on, queen f3, if you play knight takes knight, I can swap and just take back, and white is absolutely fine. Yeah, I'd be starting to get a little bit nervous after king g7. He just went bishop here. So that's protected a bit more, and maybe there's queen d3. But the reply of h5, is this bluff or not? Queen takes pawn, rook h8, queen f3. Queen h6, I suppose. Perhaps. Does seem to work okay. So quite possibly bishop c2 was one waiting move too many. So queen d2, rook h8. Okay, so right now I would say Harvey Zhu is looking at playing knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, queen g5, then king f8 or king f7. And do we have a follow-up with using the bishop, like bishop f5 or something? Doesn't look like it's enough, but it's close. So can we change our move order or anything? Probably not. So if you play h4, there are a couple of questions. One is whether we should take on e6 and play g4. So it is getting scary, and white has definitely wasted a little bit of time here. So yeah, white is starting to burn time. He just doesn't have enough threats against e6 to make everything work at the moment. Yeah, bishop c2 definitely didn't feel right. So let's treat h4 seriously. Is it a worry? Pawn takes, rook takes looks fantastic, unless knight f3 works. Not really. Even rook g4 is possible then. So we do not want to take. g4, bishop g4 seems fine. Yeah, it's around here I'd be very happy to be able to play queen f3 and swap queens. Whether I could achieve it anymore. Yeah, so the problem that the third seed is giving Harvey Zhu and is that it's all very well to have your opponent with a bad isolated pawn and you can maneuver around and around it, but if you're not actually doing anything, then your opponent just takes the opportunity to play a few moves and mate you. So yeah, there's been a clear signal after King G7 that Black wants to play H5, and somehow Bishop C2 and Queen D2 didn't seem terribly relevant, and now the 13-year-old from Sydney is having a big think, but he's left it a bit late. It's as if the danger signals weren't going brightly enough for him. So knight f3. Okay, he wants to take on g5 with check. And I would say h4 is still close to deadly. Queen takes g5, takes on g3, and that bishop on a7 is an absolute monster. So the only other thing I can think is if h4, maybe you take on h4 first, then it's possible to reply with g4, queen g5 takes, and g3 again, but that's one move slower. Still looks very, very good. What I'm impressed by is the computer seems to be saying that white is better here. No, they're not. h4 is very strong. What's really weird is that h4, they want to reply, he's played it already. They want to reply with g4, which makes sense. And then they say rook ag8, giving away a pawn is just better for black, which again is super weird. But if queen g5 doesn't work, then I'm really worried that this whole thing is falling apart. Of course, black's big threat is to take on g3, remembering that bishop on a7. If you start with knight d4 from the b knight, then we're just going to go g4, I think. And that should be pretty good. Or take on g3 and play g4. So, yeah, the whole thing looks really, really desperate. Yeah, if the computer says the best move for white is g4, then white's position is really, really dodgy. And so, yeah, in just 3 or 4 slack moves, white's gone from a positional advantage to, well, okay, so he played bishop h4 after no thought, apparently, because, yeah, this is where the transmission crashed. And one move after another, George C's just attacking. No one would find these moves terribly difficult, except perhaps playing h5 as a pawn sacrifice, but really it's not too hard. And now black just keeps going forward. I really like the way every time Harvey Zhu makes a threat or a pseudo threat, the first thought of George C is can I ignore it? Using the martial arts principle that if your opponent's punch is not going to hit you, you don't move out of the way, you don't waste energy moving out of the way, you start your own punch. And if the punch is going to hit you, you move the minimal amount out of the way and waste as little energy as possible. You see a lot of chess players where their opponent makes a vague threat, they jump out of the way to try to avoid it and waste the move they have, which could be used going forward. So, yeah, here, well, this is genuinely a game where it's not enough to have a nice position. You actually have to play good moves afterwards. And George just took a relatively ugly looking position and just said, okay, I'm just playing the most attacking move I can, and it's working absolutely beautifully. Back to board one, we left it with a draw-ish endgame likely or possible. But yeah, still, this is slightly better for black. Probably not. Let's see how it went. So we left it after knight c4. Queen took with the pawn, okay. Rook d4, b5, bishop here, rook c8. So he wants to come in on c2 when white's not looking. Presumably bishop b4 is a sensible move. And the knight doesn't have great squares, but it'll probably want to go to b6 and d5 at some point. So it's absolutely sure that objectively this should be held by white, but you can imagine that if white doesn't act, well, reasonably incisively, then black's king will turn up here. Maybe there'll be pawn on g6 and h5 or something like that. Black's rook will turn up on a8, and you're going to be totally passive sooner or later. So any slack moves, and it could work out quite badly. And Bias Garland was so keen not to allow knight b6 that she played this, which, wow. Why would you not play rook a8? Instead, rook here. Well, rook a8, I presume the answer will be rook d7 and bringing the bishop back to d4 and not worrying about that pawn. So she kept the 7th rank under control. Check here. And I presume bishop d4 anyway. So that is a pretty good square for the bishop, and e5 might be a good square as well. So at the moment there's no rook a7, and the black rook can't leave the back rank without allowing rook d7 check. So it might be time to play king g6 and head out to f5, as I mentioned. Or, yeah, can you reposition that knight? Probably not really. Knight a5, maybe, because bishop b6, there's a rook c2 check. And if you can go from a5 to c6, that's good. But I suspect after knight a5, bishop e5 is perfectly good, because again, that rook doesn't want to leave the 7th rank, even if it gives a check, because of rook d7 at the end. So Bias Garland is very, very close to a draw here, I'd say. I'm sure Trevor Tao, the top seed, will keep going, but the 19-year-old from Sydney is definitely playing extremely well against Trevor. These two actually played in a round-robin international master tournament only a month ago, but it was one of these tournaments where Bias Garland probably had the worst tournament of her career, certainly a recent career, and she came in last in this event and lost a lot of games, including to Trevor. So she's coming off this shocking result, but previously in the year she'd won all sorts of events. The major New South Wales Chess Association events, the August weekend she won, the October weekend she won, and I think she won that with 7 out of 7. She's won the Gosford Open last year. The year before, she won both the New South Wales Championship and the New South Wales Open. So, yeah, she's got this phenomenal record, and she is only now 19. But I might be wrong. She's 18, I think. Yeah. So that's serious. Anyway, pretty good record. But suddenly she has this shocker. She also came third in the Mongolian Women's Championship about 4 months ago, something like that, during a holiday at school holiday period before coming back to Sydney, and and then this shocker in the Burwood International Master Tournament. Inexplicable, and she's certainly showing from her win yesterday and the game today that she should be able to forget it and just play the way she knows she can. So Testerlin, a little bit shorter time, still trying to work out how to get through. And Bishop A6 played, and indeed F5 played. Pawn takes. And now I was expecting knight F4, but he really keeps going. E6. Now if you take knight F4, bishop takes bishop, we can take on E6 with check first before we recapture. So now is takes a threat? Might be at some point. Remembering this queen can jump in on F4 if it needs to. Bishop E2 played. Now that is sensible, stopping knight F4. Takes first. Takes. And now rook E2, which I think is really a clever move. The bishop on F1 doesn't actually have any squares at the moment. It can't go to B5, and the knight covers all the, especially the D3 attacking square. So why not activate the rook first? You might be able to play queen E1 at some point. Certainly queen F4 might come. So you're down a pawn, but I'm pretty confident you'll be able to get it back just with knight H4 at some point. And jumping in on G6 or taking on F5, something like that. So right now, Testerlin is very, very short of time. And the computer is saying +2 and a bit. That's a lot. In fact, they're saying the problem is you'd love to play bishop d6 to keep the queen out, but we just take bishop takes and queen f4, and your king's in all sorts of bother. So all the recommended moves, you can see the arrow on queen c7, which was actually played. And not too super inspiring. And even knight e5 check, knight takes, rook takes. You've got d5 hanging, you've got f5 hanging, you've got queen f4 coming. So that black king needs desperately to get out. I don't know exactly how it's going to do it. So already we could take on c5 if we wanted, and that's probably really nice. But knight e5 check does look really, really good too. The other problem for white is getting the h3 rook into the game, but I'm sure it'll find a way if the black king is in trouble. So, for example, at some point the black king may need to retreat to g8, so then we would throw in rook g3, I suppose. So now there's so many tempting moves. Knight h4, knight e5. What else is good? Bishop g3 could be really good. Or pawn, no, take on c5. I feel as if takes on c5 is just a good, healthy move. And the black king is staying bad for quite a while, so you don't have to worry too much. Okay, one game we haven't looked at for a while is Tedrick Lee's effort in a Benoni against Darragh Johansson, the only grandmaster in the field, although at age 66 he's no longer quite as good as he once was. So we left it here with, was it Johansson thinking about how to play, and he did in fact just get his rook off that diagonal with rook c8. Just a waiting move. He says to white, you want to play e5? I've worked out it's not very good. So bishop takes played, knight takes, and now knight d2. So white is giving black the d4 square in order to get the c4 square himself. I presume pawn takes on b5 would have been met by e5, but I'm not completely sure. So these are separate problems, if you like. Okay, so what did he play? Knight e8. Queen b3. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. If knight d4, I presume it's safe to take on b7 and a6, even though it's giving you knight c2. I'm not sure about that, though. Let's just check. Oh, no, he played knight d4, and he didn't sack the exchange. He went queen a4. Sorry, after knight d4. Which is a bit weird. But you've got to ask what black's next move is. What about knight c7, knight b5? In fact, he played it. So knight c7, knight c4, knight b5. We're a little bit unstable defending that d6 pawn, I have to admit. Rook d1. I quite like the way the 15-year-old from Melbourne is playing this. He's not actually threatening anything at the moment. He's just leaving Johansson wondering, is there going to be a knight b6? Could there be some sort of sacrifice on d4 at some point in order to win the d6 pawn? Yeah, so I would presume rook e8 is a sensible move, but it makes knight d6 stronger if and when it happens. So instead, he played knight takes, pawn takes. Oh, knight b5. Okay, that's a bit annoying. So if we play rook c1 and you take, and we take, then that is hanging. We don't have time to take on d6. That makes a lot of sense. So he goes rook e3, a different sort of exchange sack. Okay, so if bishop takes, we can take on d6, probably better for white. So if knight takes, rook takes, bishop takes, knight d6, that is the tricky one. And that's the one I'm not sure about. Because that is a wonderful knight on d6. It threatens b7, it threatens the rook on c8. Now we could change plan maybe. Throw rook e8 or f5 in. But I'm a little bit nervous at some point white will be able to protect the c3 pawn or just play knight b6 and c4 sometime later. Could also work. So, yeah, big decision for Johansson. And he's using a bit of time. So they're saying knight c3 and bishop d6, really. So they're saying this adds up to a position that's very slightly better for white, but it doesn't feel like a position that black would really want to play, I have to admit. So, yeah, technically putting up a really good fight against the Grandmaster. Raj Chakrabarti, has he won yet? I would expect so. We will see. Remembering we left him 2 pawns up for nothing. He gets his king into the center, all good. Oh, and Solomon starts the tricks. Not bad, actually. If bishop takes bishop, rook takes pawn, check. Well, that is super tricky. We might get 1 pawn back. I genuinely don't believe that's going to work, Yeah, I think this is already... we don't have that live. This is already lost because after bishop takes, rook takes, king here, rook here, I can just play rook here. And I don't think you're going to get out of there. Meanwhile, I'm going to push my e-pawn. If I play bishop c8, knight d6 is a trick that gets the rook out. But as long as I don't allow knight d6 under good circumstances, then there's no hope. In fact, I don't know, am I threatening bishop e6 and bishop d5? No, there's still knight d6. though that's probably still very, very good for black. So yeah, so here, just take it. And black is better or winning. They say bishop c6 is even better. Bishop takes, but no way you want to play opposite bishop's positions. They say it's a -5 opposite bishop position, but anyway, I'm completely happy giving back one pawn to get that super pin. Okay, so just a reminder of what's happening. We're watching the second round of the Australian Chess Championship. We had 15 winners in the first round. The only big upset was John Papantonio beating Sterling Bayaka, the two Sydney players. And in this round, we have on board one, the top seed Trevor Tao up against Kish Ibato by Scalan. And this looks like it's a pretty dead draw. Yeah, you could try rook a5 here, and he did. But as long as that king is not allowed to f5, or maybe it'll get there anyway. King g4, maybe g6 is possible. So white has to just sit tight, eh? Yeah, so I don't know how we sit tight. Probably, but the rook on a5 is dead. So we can move our rook and stay on the b file, and if the black king is on f5, then whatever you take with your rook is not working. So he's trying to reposition, come around the other side. Right now, well, king g4 looks great. But she wants to even cut that king off. In fact, if king d6 now, there may even be rook e5, which will force the queenside pawns off the board and absolutely force a draw. So the 18-year-old from Mongolia, at least she's still playing from Mongolia, Sydney resident, is going to draw with the top seed. On board two, we have, Ryder Testerlin, after a big success a few weeks ago in Brisbane, is now on the ropes against Queensland's Yi Lu. And yeah, here, Queen f4 looks fantastic. There's lots of good moves, so thanks. The knight on b2 is simply out of the game, and all the action is on the king side. I like rook g3 as well here, but I think black's main plan is going to be to go bishop d6 and maybe rook f8, try and make that work. So how do we avoid that sort of thing? Knight g6 looks great, to be honest. If I play knight g6, I don't think black should even think about rook h7 because the rook is just dead there for the rest of the game. So start with knight g6, then follow with, I don't know, doubling on the e file or bishop g3. Yeah, you don't need to find a forced win here. All you need to do is improve your pieces and the forced win will turn up. So definitely winning for the second seed, Yi Lu. George C, after a rocky start, has got the attack going really, really well. And here, Harvey Hughes brought his knight back. He played g4. It is the best try. If bishop takes pawn, he'll play queen takes g5 check. But right now, I don't know if I even trust that queen takes g5 is a big threat. Take, knight take. Maybe it's something. So h3 looks dangerous. But maybe we can sit in front of it even if we lose f2. So has there been a move yet? No move. So Harvey Zhu, we now know, has a realistic 15 minutes. I think, George, see if we go back. Yeah, he actually is only just started thinking, so he's definitely not down to 23 minutes. He's probably at 35 or something like that. So the third seed is doing well. Daryl Johansson has some hard work here. Let's see, what's his real time? So they've both got about half an hour left, and Johansson's got to decide, does he want to win the exchange with knight c3 and lose the d6 pawn, and white will have very good positional exchange, positional compensation. Computer thinks it's close to equal though, but 15-year-old from Melbourne, Tedrick Lee, newly minted as international master, is certainly putting up a good fight. Thank you. So Chakrabarti is about to beat Solomon, I would expect, but he's just got taken aback. He's played a very tricky move, actually. I like it. Bishop c6, beautifully calculated. The point is, bishop takes bishop. Bishop takes here. It looks like rook takes pawn check is just winning, but after king here, there is no move at all for the bishop on c7 and no way to protect it either. So he will win a piece. So Solomon can't allow that. But what does he do? If he plays bishop takes d6, we go bishop d5 check and then take the bishop for free. So you suddenly are in a, if you have to go bishop b6, then your whole trick with bishop b6 didn't succeed at all, and black will just take over. Bishop d5, rook c4. Remembering Chakrabarti is 2 pawns up due to a little combination that Solomon completely missed. Rook here, and he just casually played king b2 to protect the knight, forgetting that that would be game over. And the worst part is you can't even save your f5 pawn because rook c8 check is going to kill you. So you have to move out of the way, and then 2 pawns up, pair of bishops. He did incredibly well to find one trick in the position, which was bishop here. And Chakrabarti, who's not bad at tactics himself, just very calmly, bishop c6. I thought bishop takes b6 was going to be winning, but this is much clearer. And I think takes. Oh no, that hasn't happened, has it? Don't think so. Okay, another game we have didn't look at too much is David Cannon, the young international master from Melbourne, against Queensland's Jack Rogers, and formerly New South Wales champion, actually. He was the longest serving New South Wales champion with just one good performance, because he won in 2019, and so there was no championship in 2020, no championship in 2021, and by the time there was a new championship, he had already moved to Queensland, and he was happy just to have the title for 3 years on one good performance. And it was a good performance because he beat the favourite in a playoff match. The favourite was Cameron McGowan, a good young player, and Jack Rogers, I think he just got underestimated. So, okay, here we have typical David Cannon position where he's simply a bit better, not so easy to get through, but black is totally passive. Black has been unable to, for example, to get a knight to c4. Rook c5, that is weird, because black can play knight e4 straight off, and then f6 and get rid of the knight on e5. So I have to say that is a weird way to try and double the rooks, compared to, for example, playing f3 and then king f2 and then maybe doubling later. So knight e4 looks really obvious. Knight e4, oh, he's got f3. Yes, thank you. He's not actually threatening to take the rook because of the really stupid black rooks. So, okay, that is, all right. That is really clever. Hang on, is it true? f3, rook g, oh, we haven't got rook g6 check, followed by knight f2 mate or anything like that. So knight e4, f3, I don't trust f6, but maybe I have to play it. Well, I can just move, can't I? Oh no, then there's rook g6 check. And then you take on c5. Well, this is such a depressing position in any case that I strongly suspect that Jack Rogers should try knight e4, f3, f6, because maybe he can get something tactical that would distract white from just building up on the c6 pawn. And remember, if you rook on c5, at any moment when everything's right, you can play a4, say after b3, a4, and target the a5 pawn as well. So this could get really nasty really quickly if you don't do something active. Okay, Gary Lane appears to be on top against John Papantonio. Very much so. This looks a little bit like the George C game. We left it around, we left it after knight h5. And yeah, here, white just couldn't find a decent plan. Yeah, he went rook e1, but you don't want to go knight f1 because after, if you play knight f1, for example, bishop takes, queen takes, pawn takes. And this is completely winning for black, but not for the obvious reason. Sure, white has to worry about the f4 square and all that sort of thing. But in fact, all black has to do is play f6 and reroute the knight to g7 and maybe e6. And white is effectively a piece down because that bishop on g3 is never, ever coming out. You can play h4, we ignore it. You can go back to h2, we ignore it. And so black is going to be a piece up when play turns to the queen side. So all black has to do is open the queen side and it'll work out fine. And there was a very famous Capablanca game which first showed how bad that bishop on g3 is when there are double pawns next to it. So this is already winning, so he can't afford knight f1. Rook a2, he's doing nothing. Still can't move. So knight f4 now. He must believe he's got a very, very strong attack. Because, yeah, getting rid of that bishop is a real bonus. So how does black get through here? Obviously, knight h3 check is an option, but we'll wait for h3 before we play it. h5, h4, h3 could be nasty. And you can't win the d4 pawn at the moment, but could also be good. There's also some sort of idea of rook e8 followed by d5, but no, I think I just want to push my h pawn. The white queen is totally offside, so I'm not worried about my king side at all. And yeah, I'll just wait for h3 and then play knight takes h3 and get the good position. White has an extra problem now that he's played d4 because he never wants to take on e5 because that brings the bishop on b6 to life. So you don't want to push past or take, but you have to keep defending that pawn. So really horrible position. I reckon they'll say -3 or something. Yep. They say bishop takes knight takes g4. There's a forcing sequence. They say you lose your... Wow. They're saying Gary Lane can win immediately by playing bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop, and g4. The knight has to go back to d2, and then you take on d4. And they say this is more than just a pawn, you'll have a winning attack as well. So that, yeah, again, computer finds something clear-cut that works really well. So any ones we haven't, well, there's a few we haven't looked at. Zheng Jilin, trying to bounce back from her first round loss to Trevor Tao, is playing, I believe, one of her students, ex-students. This looks like it's going to be a draw. You can certainly take the pawn on f4, but it's going to be very hard to get out of a perpetual check. And yeah, white's king is going back and forth. Unless black's king can find some shelter on an e4 square or something like that. But it doesn't look too bad at all. King d4 maybe? Oh no, queen takes f6 check. So yeah, and that is the first time he's been on e4. So how did they get this race? This must have been some fun pawn endgame. Yep, it looks like it came from a French defense. Okay. Fascinating. Black can't possibly be worse because he's got a protected passed pawn on d5, which means he could sit tight with king on b7 and he'd still be okay. Yeah, there's probably no way for white to push pawns on the king side and set up another passed pawn, though you can try. However, if black's playing for a win, black's wants white's king stuck on d4 and black's king moving up. The problem is there's no entry squares on the queen side, so white's king can go king d3, king d4. So let's see, they both get their kings up. a5, king d3. So h4, do we need to do that? Hard to say. So f6 played to try to get two connected pawns. That makes sense. The problem is g4. g3, king here. Forces black to use the other pawn, use it and lose it, and that's how we got this endgame. King will go to c3, I guess. Don't see another square that you want to go to, unless he's offered a draw, which is also possible. So, okay, if there is a way out of the perpetual check, the computer will say -4. What? Queen b1 check? She's given away that pawn for absolutely free with check. What a shocking blunder. Why did she not go king c3? So king c3, what is she missing? Oh, queen c4 check. And queen takes f4 with check. He's done that brilliantly. So was it winning here? Apparently, yes. And was it winning before? Probably only after h4. So here they say just play h3, and even if black plays d4 and gets the king round to e4, probably it's not going to be winning. And now f6 is the winning move. So, well, I'm afraid this will be a very good example for Zhang Jilin's classes, but really it's, yeah, not so great. And you can't do anything here because e5 is coming. And once e5 comes, your 2 against 1 on the king side are useless, so black should be able to just advance those pawns. So another upset in the tournament. There haven't been too many. And yeah, this is the way to queen. If you've got two pawns sort of 3 squares apart, 2 passed pawns, they completely win if they're both on the 5th rank or further. But if they're on the 4th rank, the king can pick both of them up. It can actually chase both of them successfully, which is quite weird. That's assuming the black king is out of the game, which it isn't here. So Jilin, no, this is really bad. Because not only that, we can check on a3, force you to go king g4 or king e4, and then throw f5 check in. Yeah, that's what they're saying. And it is game over. So, yeah, it's okay. We saw the drama, and Zhang Jilin managed to throw away an endgame. Now, our bottom seed, Pritam Kundu, has got into trouble. It looks like he was just so positionally outplayed. What was the opening? Nothing special. He's trying to make it exciting, and his opponent's trying to make it less exciting. Now, taking on d5 would be more or less a main line, though bishop g5 is playable too. c5 is very ambitious. Black needs to challenge it as fast as possible, and that usually means playing b6 fast, but there is bishop b5 here. So, followed by bishop takes c6 and b4, which can cause some problems. So, black could consider going bishop e6 and e7 and castling first. And that looks pretty bad because you need to challenge those pawns, and very often after b6 you want to play a5. So rook here, and those pawns are getting, oh yuck. Sure, you can have an open a file if you want with a5, but you better worry about your b5 pawn. So unless black gets to play e5 here, black is dead, which is why knight e4 happened. And now bishop f6 is probably the best move here. I suppose white will play rook d1. And then knight takes d4 and e5, maybe? Yep, or knight takes d4, knight takes c3 and e5. So for example here, bishop f6, rook d1. Now let's try. Knight takes, I don't know, knight takes or not. Knight takes here, and e5, knight c6, takes, and I think everything's working out for black. So, and okay, after bishop e3 and bishop takes pawn, black's got a weak d pawn, but at least he's alive. So bishop e3 takes, maybe takes and rook e8 or something. Yeah, should survive. So g5 played. And white is, of course, not scared of this at all because white's king hasn't even gone kingside. And that's the best you can do. But is that really a dead? So g4 is hanging. If he starts with h5 here, yeah, it looks very difficult. I mean, I suspect that the only way black is going to make this playable is if he can somehow get d4 and bishop b7 working. But my guess is white has everything under control. Yeah, they say f3, then a5, okay, all that sort of stuff. Bishop h4 looks really dodgy. Yeah, I was thinking of g3, but queen d4. And now f4 is weak, g4 is weak, and g3 is impossible because we just take once and the h4 bishop is hanging. H takes and queen h4. So h5 played, white is a pawn up, no counterplay. One king is safe, 2 pawns up, no counterplay. 3 pawns up, no counterplay. Yeah, I think that's a good moment to resign. No threats immediate, but you just don't want to suffer anymore. And yeah, that was a total outplay by Odenthal. It does seem like Pridham Kundu, who is rated 2169 Australian, so he's validly qualified for this event, and he had a very good run-in with both various matches, sort of University of New South Wales versus rest of the world matches and so on, although I think he's a Sydney Uni student. But Aidan Odenthal, quite experienced, and never really gave him a chance. Every time he tried to break out, Odenthal played calmly, and it all worked out fine. And another, oh no, that's a reserves, so that's not relevant. That's also reserves. So there's a whole lot of games that are not from the championship here. Ted Power against Ben Leong, 2 of the juniors. And Ted Power is winning, but he was completely lost. It's always better to have a bishop in this sort of position because it can both help your advancing pawn and ruin the other one. So maybe not completely lost. Hang on. Oh no, this line. Okay. h4. It's one possible line of the Scotch. I wouldn't recommend it generally, but it's playable. Take, and we get an endgame. So h4 is certainly not useful at all, but otherwise the position looks roughly equal. And now if we could get knight a4 and knight c5, maybe it'd be better. The problem is your king's on c1, so if knight a4 happens, we just go c5 anyway. So he's just playing sensible moves. Oh, that pawn is in trouble. And black has the initiative now. So white needs to be super active here. I'm guessing you probably need to play rook g6, but then rook b8, and there's problems with that knight. Big problems. Oh, they happened anyway. So there's no a6, but the rook on d6 is stuck there. So he gives up the d pawn to get the active rook, and that's more or less where we see it. Knight d6, bit desperation-y sort of move, isn't it? Oh no, not quite. Rook f6, and white is, oh, he's made a draw then. So h5 is a disaster, because knight d6 was the threat. So he had to be a bit more careful. Maybe king g6 lets you take the pawn with check. Not that that's such a downside, but maybe just g6. Although, yeah, rook takes a6 and rook a7 and push the a pawn. Black's king is not on a great square. But h5 is just careless by the Sydney Junior. Knight d6. Well, if you were super brave, you could take on d6 and try and push that pawn, but it's not going fast enough, I reckon. So rook f6, takes. And rook a5, and that does look like it's going to be a draw. So Ben Leong, the Queensland Junior, has saved that one. Here, Leo Kalina from Melbourne is outplaying 14-year-old Daniel Wang. And yeah, better king, weak pawn on g5, a hindered pawn majority on the queen side for white. All of them add up to very, very good winning chances for black. Okay, South Australian champion Min Ren is up against Melbourne's Jesse Zafarakis, who got outplayed by the second seed in the previous round. And pawn up for black. Oh no, yeah, pawn up for black, but long way from winning this position. White's got a few things going for them. A rook ending might not even be winning. So here, yeah, king f3, stops knight e4. You might be able to play g4. Yeah, there's lots and lots of space here for white. At least that black rook is free, but I don't know where it goes. Rook e7 doesn't do too much. So all in all, really tough for black to win. The computer says a solid pawn up. Okay. So Zhang Jilin has resigned, I presume? Not yet, because queen a3 has not yet been played. Strange, but he's got enough time. Okay, a game we have hardly looked at. The Vietnamese Melbourne student, Lee Thuy Kien, up against Terence Tang, a Sydney student. And, well, if that d6 pawn survives, and this is very good for white, and so it's okay, this is a funny sort of King's Indian, where queen c2 is potentially useful, queen e7 not so much. Okay, generally in the King's Indian, if you can maneuver your knight to d2 and c4, it's better than putting it on d3, but white can't see any other way of getting pawn c5 in. But in a way, black has just done the work for white. Now, you can also take back with the C pawn and just play b4 and move your queen out of the way, and that is probably quite good. You've got to be careful about rook takes c3 sometimes, this sort of exchange sack we saw before. He takes back this way, which is super risky, because c5 is reasonably well stopped. The question will be whether the knight on a6 is a disaster. So here we could, for example, play queen a4, threatening c5, but he just improves his position. And now that's risky. If you can't support it, then it's going to be very weak. Knight f6. Wow. So he's not even trying to attack it. Of course, f5 is possible here, but I guess white's next move is knight d5. So he really worries about knight d5. So bishop here tries to stop it, knight here. And we can just take and bishop e7 if we need to, and try to hit that f7 pawn, or play c5 at some point. Takes c5 looks really tricky too, but I think I just want to go bishop e7 and bishop f3. And if you take queens off on d4, I don't care at all. I'm going to be absolutely fine. In fact, is that completely winning? Knight takes, queen takes, bishop f3, threatening to come to b7 in some positions. Could be easily. So I'm guessing this is winning for white. Oh, they say you can start with bishop f3 and win material. Makes sense too. Okay. So Sukai G, who was sick yesterday and made a very, very quick draw, is up against the Sydney junior Sai Siddharth Narahara Sethi. And Sai Siddharth is just playing very solidly. I don't like his e6 pawn, but there's nothing else about his position that's really a problem. So this is almost maximum pressure here for Sukai G. If he can't manage to make it a d4 break or something like that, then probably black is doing okay. This looks like a leftover from some sort of Catalan opening. Yep, where black managed to get a b5 advance in. And yeah, if you don't lose that pawn on b5, then usually this works extremely well. And this should be dead equal. But black is a little passive here. So right now, we could go knight a6 if we want. No, we can't. e6 is hanging. Ah, okay. So are we stuck? Or is there some...
Hey, Ian, if I have a really sharp game, can I show it to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, give us the score sheet.
Yeah. And I just want to know where I went wrong, because I think I took a rook last, didn't I? I have a better position.
Okay. So any of them finished? Not yet. Okay, well, let's do it on chess base. So new game. So this was the reserves, yeah?
No, it was
Minor. Okay. So we're looking at a game between Akito Kike, is that? Or Koike against Solomon. So let's see. It's a King's Gambit. Always like to see that. Queen check. G3, Queen F6. That is the wrong move order for this system, I reckon. You're supposed to start with Queen F6. And then if pawn takes pawn, you go Queen H4, tricked you. And if they play Knight F3, you just go, that's a free pawn, and I'm not even ruining my pawn structure. Now, of course, it's incredibly risky because your queen makes a lot of moves. So, for example, after Knight C3, you can play Bishop B4, so that if Knight D5, Queen takes pawn check. And you're also threatening Bishop takes Knight and Queen takes E4 check. So D3, you run back to F6, you run as fast as you can. Unfortunately, I believe there's a refutation here. Bishop C4, Bishop takes Knight, castles. And somehow that queen's in trouble. I'm not sure if the computer agrees with me, but in real life it's got a wonderful score. Sorry, that's not the computer, but it does have a wonderful score. You've got to be a good player to think of it, I guess. Yep, the computer already says +2. So queen f6, which was a super tricky line that existed for a long time, unfortunately is not sound. But I don't think this one is either. So, okay, so knight f3. Okay, you're going for a different version of it, are you? Can we go e5 to start, or you just go queen f5, do you? Knight here. So you're going to go bishop b4? No, c6. d4. All right, you've got away with the pawn. I wouldn't say I like your position, but yeah, they say that you only need 3 tempi in development as compensation for a pawn. White certainly got that, but white also has a slightly dodgy king, perhaps. So knight e5. Takes. Hang on. Why would you take a knight that's not going anywhere? That just opens up for the other bishop on a3.
Does it have a suggestion?
It'll probably, if you want to play d5, you play it now, without taking the pin knight. Sorry. They hate your position. Oh, they do. They want to play d5 first, yeah. Though they say it's almost the same. So d5, take, and now they reckon castles is winning for white. Because that's a computer and it calculates everything really well. I wonder if it's going to be greedy and just take on f7 and get out again. But okay, the real question is always, can you defend your king? And it doesn't feel great, does it?
So does it have me below now?
I reckon white must be winning here. We've got some attacking pieces, and yeah, it's scary for black. So so takes. You played d5 now, and takes, and took on d5. But castles is the move, I guess. Although maybe it's a slightly better version because we don't have knight d5 at the end. Still looks fantastic. So bishop takes. So you didn't want to play queen takes, pawn check. Why not?
What did I play?
You played bishop e6.
Oh yeah, I played that first, but I eventually did play that. Because of that, he had an attack on the F side. So
no, the real problem is bishop f7 check. And a discovered attack winning your queen? No, maybe not.
That's why I didn't do it straight away. So that's why.
It looks super scary, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's okay for black. No, it isn't. Oh no, that's check. Ah. So is there a forced win here? Or is black okay? Knight f3, okay. I wouldn't have come up with that, but there you go. The idea is that if queen e4 check, you go king here, and you can't take the bishop because of knight there. Therefore, you haven't given up any pieces, and you've got a good attack. Okay, that is weird. So let's see. So instead of that, black played bishop e6. Promote variation. Okay, takes. Queen check, I'm not totally sure about. I reckon I'd just castle here. But okay, queen check, g6. I've still got queen f3 if I want it. Knight takes here. Check. Looks like fun.
I think taking the second rook was my mistake. So I just want to confirm that.
Bishop here. Takes. King up. And you think you should have taken on d4?
Yeah, maybe I should have taken that pawn. And it would have been a better game.
Aren't you in trouble though? Well, you're going to lose your queen, I reckon. I could also take the rook, actually, but okay. If I just wanted equal material in a big attack. But, all right, so king here. And now, I mean, I can play bishop check. and rook here. And that'll do the job because I can win your rook in the corner later. So that's winning for white. Yeah, I think it's just lost. So instead, I would. Well, I can check with the computer, but in my opinion, definitely. So let's have a look. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
So at this point, is it lost at this point?
Oh, they say black is winning.
So I was winning at that point.
Wow. In other words, there's no mate. Let's have a look. 95, king d8.
Just show me the move that I went wrong there. That's all.
Well, bishop g5, king c7, you're going to go check there. So why is this
So
playable?
why does it say black's ahead if I've lost that just from there?
Did
I don't get that.
um
After the queen takes the second rook, is it saying that black's ahead and how?
well, I'm trying to work it out. How about king c7, queen to f7 check. Yeah, what if we just run away?
Let's checkmate.
Oh no, you can play queen c4 then.
So is that what's recommended? What's the recommended line?
What about king running somewhere else? But I can't really. So, well, 97 was played. I mean, 97 reduces the attacking material, but after bishop takes, I'm not interested in. I'm trying to work it out. I'm not interested in what the computer's saying. Bishop takes e7. I'm trying to use my brain rather than the computer. So bishop takes. If you run away now with king c7, actually, what about king c8? That might get away too. Oh no, yeah, there's no queen e8 check anymore. So that looks pretty good actually.
I should have gone to the white side.
Yeah, well, not. Well, okay, let's see. Is this actually mate or not? It was the game, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
So you can't go to. Can you go to d6 or not?
You can.
Yeah, why not? There's only one.
What did I play?
You went to d8. So knight check is the only check. And then I can hide here or I can hide d5. Let's go that. Oh no, then you've got a queen e6 check. Why is it? Oh, because queen to b7. Okay. So I have to go this way. Queen e6, I have to run here. This is feeling dodgy, but not mate yet. I wonder if knight d6 is the way to go.
No, he had to check on the C file. Because he was on the black square.
Sorry, sorry about that. King c6. What check on the C file? It still feels bad, but what move? Sorry, E5. I can't take that. Yeah, it certainly feels bad. Gotta be mate. I mean, Queen A5. Very good. Yep. So I have to. Yeah. So I'm going to get mated. I think I'm going to get mated.
From there it's mate, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where did I go wrong? Which move was it wrong?
Well, you shouldn't have taken the bishop.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So king takes. So queen check happened, and the king went to d8, which makes sense since king up doesn't work. So queen f6 check. You started running away
From there it's lost. Once I
here, and we're getting the same sort of position.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
lost from there, so I shouldn't have taken that bishop.
Why is this lost? What if you go king here?
It takes the pawn as well.
Yeah. By this stage, I'm not worried about pawns.
And just, oh, okay.
It's a fun game, but is it losing?
Queen to C5.
Yeah, then a knight c6, and then I'm really happy because I'm getting my pieces out. So any win left, or is it just 0, 0, 0, which the computer loves? Yep, 0, 0, 0. So you should have just left him the e pawn for free. So instead,
But he had a bishop as well. He gave check with the bishop.
yeah, you took it. So maybe even taking it's not losing, as long as you go backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to put it through my one now. So, yeah.
Queen check, king c7, queen e7, king b6, and now we've got the same position we had before with knight c4 check, and that's actually the game.
Yeah, that's right.
And king here, queen check is good, another queen check is good, and mate. So impressive game by White, but not,
Very, very sharp.
yeah, totally sound. So I'll just, yeah, sure, thanks. So Solomon. So yeah, that's the sort of fun you can have in the reserves for sure. And yeah, really exciting game. So let's go back to the top boards where we were before. And okay, things have changed a bit because Suzuki is now up a pawn. Solomon has resigned, by the way. Did he resign after this bishop c6 trick? Let's see. No, he played on. How did he get this? Oh, he played on 2 pawns down with a horrible position, and yeah, there's no chance at all. Notice how Chakrabarti is keeping his pawns on the opposite color to his bishop to make them easier to advance. And so the 11-year-old from Sydney is now the first player to get to 2 out of 2, which is quite impressive. Our 7th seed, playing on board 5, has beaten Stephen Solomon, the veteran, former Australian champion, 7 times Australian Masters champion. Okay, and we have had a win on board 2 though. So yeah, we left it with Ryder Testerlin, the new international master, having a lot of problems with White's attack. So is he running away with his king? Queen c7, knight check. Yep, and he ran to g8. And now I was suggesting knight g6 is going to win in the long run, but he brings his pieces out faster. So queen here. The only sad thing about that is it allows this trapped knight to get to d1 if it wants to. But fortunately, that's not totally relevant to black being mated. So knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. It looks like queen f5, and you're coming in on e6. And again, yeah, I mean, there might be a d3. No, that's the problem with this great queenside attack. Those pieces, it's like having an extra piece that just can't come back and help you. So I think he would have played queen f5, wouldn't he? Yep, and now should be game over. So he's playing for tricks. Bishop here. Well, I'm not even sure that d3 check is going to hurt. But he now, okay, so he says it with checks. And now a move I really like. Knight d3. Okay, you get rid of black's worst piece, but you're about to get your bishop to d3. And then all these checks will be made. So knight takes knight is, did he play it or not? No, he didn't play knight takes knight. The point about knight takes knight is rook e8, take, king here, bishop takes, and you're going to get mated. Or I could even start with queen check here, king back, queen check here. If you move your king, rook mates. If you move your king, bishop there will mate you. Oh, it's going to be mate anyway. Yeah, so it's mate in every line. So he can't play knight takes knight. It's a lovely attacking move by going backwards. So bishop e7, he decided that was the only way to stop rook e8 check, but hang on. Queen e6 is, yeah, it totals him. Yep. King here. Is he really trying to block with bishop f6? I guess he is. We can take it, and rook e7. That's completely winning. But I was wondering whether, yeah, I was wondering if knight e5 on something like that was pretty good. Yeah. So no, it's hopeless, and looks like he resigned without making a move, without Yi needing to make a move. So lovely attacking game by Yi, who just didn't worry about the queenside attack. All he got was space. He made sure his king was on the other side once it got threatening, and then launched with f5 and e6. For those of you who weren't here, he just went f5, takes e6. If you take it, we have knight f4, and then rook takes pawn check, even if black plays bishop takes bishop on f1. So he decided to stay with one pawn up. But of course, there's holes everywhere. Queen f4 is coming. Knight e5 check is actually really strong, and that rook on h3 can go to g3, and the knight on b2, and all those great pawns are not going to win unless it's an endgame. So a good win for the second seed. So he goes to 2 out of 2, and a draw on top board. Trevor Tao finally gave up his winning tries against Kishik Bhatta by Scarlan. So we got a 3 against 3 ending. She did succeed in swapping off the last pawn. As soon as, yeah, rook a4, take, and rook a2, and offered a draw. So one of the things about rook endings is double pawns can sometimes be a real hassle, but they're more a hassle if you're the attacker. If you're the defender, they cover almost as many squares as undoubled pawns. And so you can sit tight with double pawns and nothing is going to happen to you. And here, yeah, if black king tries to play king if the black king tries to go to f5, rook b5 check, sends you back again. We can also leave the white rook on b7, just tying black down a bit, and just do nothing. Yeah, the best black's ever going to do is a rook g1 check, and you go to f2, and when the rook moves, you go back to g3 again. So, yeah, if you're trying to draw even 3 against 2, sometimes double pawns won't be fatal. Yeah, you'd rather have sensible pawns. Okay, so Johansson has lost. We did see him get tricked, I think, or not. No, we didn't see him get tricked. So let's go back to where we left it. Rook e3, he took on c3 with the bishop. Okay. So knight d6. I thought that was going to work out pretty well. Knight takes knight. Rook takes, pretty well for white, by the way, because white was, oh, hang on. Knight takes knight. Oh, you have to take with the bishop. Queen takes, rook takes. That is slightly better for white because black's pawns are a bit all over the shop and white's centre pawns should come up, but that should be a draw. But he didn't actually take back. He went bishop d4. So he's allowing knight c8, and maybe in some positions he'll have knight c3. Has he miscalculated? Knight c8, bishop e3. Now he just takes back. So the first question is, what about knight c3 here? The problem with knight c3, I think, is that after queen b3, knight takes rook, we go knight d6, get our knight out, but your knight is trapped. And suddenly it's going to be 2 pieces for a rook. So that is probably what he missed early on. He had to pull his head in and take here. And now, once again, white has the mobile centre pawns. Black's position's not so bad, but queen c4 is sensible. So how does black stop white just going e5? Or d6 for that matter. So is knight d6 the right move? Probably. Knight d6, yeah, that makes sense actually. Oh no, hang on, there's a bishop on it. Oh dear. The long distance bishop. It's great to hide your bishops on h2 or a2 because at some point later in the game, people will forget about them. So queen d7 played. So it feels like e5 is going to be good. Did he play it? Oh no, he just took another pawn. Rook c8. Queen back somewhere. b4. This is actually getting a little bit tricky. I don't think the king is so unsafe, but there might be knight here and knight here in some lines. But all right, white has to be quick now before black can get any sort of counterplay. Though I can't see how the queen gets in anyway.
Probably pushes middle pawns as well.
Yeah, yeah. So e5 looks sensible. Have you got a safe move like rook f1 or something? And can we go queen b3 and tell it to go away? Probably not, because there's rook c3. So bishop e5 played. Clever, keeping that knight out of the game. The question is there some move like queen e8 that can put pressure on the bishop and on that pawn? But if we can't go knight c3 at all, then probably not. So the bishop will find a home on a1. He played queen e8. Oh, wow. Okay, so Tedrick Lee is really going for it here. d6, fantastic move. If queen takes, pawn up again. Now, we would love to threaten mate somehow, but when you make a queen, you'll have queen f8 mate with the other queen at the end. So do we have to blockade again? He did, and now you can see white is completely winning here, and there are various ways to do it. But one of them will be to knock that rook away and then play queen b2. That's what he did. Queen b3, rook back, queen b2, knight here. And just be careful, don't play. Oh, honestly, even, oh no, rook here is it working? It probably is working, knight e2. King, oh no, you're getting king f2. Are you getting anything with check? Probably not. And we're still mating you down there. But he played the correct move. And Johansson had to resign because he's a piece down for absolutely nothing. So that is a big upset. Our fifth seed, the only grandmaster in the field, 66-year-old Daryl Johansson, has gone down to someone 51 years younger than him. Yeah, it's going to happen a bit in this tournament. So the only game still going on the top boards is, in fact, George C. And hang on. This is resignable, isn't it? By George. Completely resignable by George. And he was smashed. Sorry, Harvey Zhu was smashed, the 13-year-old from Sydney. So after g4, h3, take, check, king here. Okay, so he could take on f2 if he wanted. He took on g4 first. Fair enough. f3, f6? I don't know. Why not just move your bishop back? It's equal material. I know the pawn on f2, on h2 may not stay there forever, but there's potential. If black ever gets a knight somewhere like g3 or f2, you'll be in trouble. But he wants more. The problem is, yeah, he doesn't have any light squares. Check, take, and he's going crazy because he reckons his king can't be disrupted. So that h2 pawn is the best white defensive piece on the board. Without that, he's smashed. With it, he might be winning. It is so weird to see that, but okay. So George is saying that one. Oh, he's willing to say, I don't have a bishop, but you don't have a king, and I don't think you're going to mate me or anything like that. However, it does get scary. Okay. Also, rook takes g2 became a threat after bishop g1 because you're cutting off the rook from the back rank.
You can get a queen.
Yeah. So right now, I don't know that you can do it because there's a rook f7 check. Knight e5.
Why doesn't he take that pawn? You just get a queen on the second move.
Yeah, well, I'm also thinking rook takes g2, ignore it, and just say, I don't even care if you've got a rook on g2. So then the bishop might go back to a7, and things might get a bit hairy. But okay, knight e5. If rook takes knight, king takes rook. Yeah. No, I really am impressed by the way Harvey Zhu is playing this. He knew he had a shocking position, so he just took as much as he possibly could. Because if the attack doesn't get through, then he's actually winning. It's a very, very practical way to play. Now, admittedly, the more pawns you take, well, your extra pawns can't help on the other side of the board. So he can have 3 connected passed pawns on the queen side. If he's getting mated, he's getting mated. But right now, George has not found a way to get his knight to g4 and f2 or something like that. He has to be super careful it doesn't happen. So rook e4 played. The idea is knight g4. Rook g2 is better?
Yeah, definitely. Because you can pull your bishop back and just say you threaten mate on g1. Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look.
In that case, once you push your bishop back, he's got no choice but to take it. Then you get a queen.
Hang on. So if I play rook takes check here, where do you put your king?
Maybe put it on, what's the other one? G6. G6.
If king g6, I go rook f2 triple check and then take your rook with my rook.
What do you mean?
My bishop on c2 attacks you.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
So where do you go? King g8 maybe?
Yeah.
King g8, I just take the knight on e5 and threaten mate on e8.
Bishop c5.
Nice one. I'll still get you somehow.
Yeah, bishop c5 is correct.
Okay, let's have a look. King back, rook takes, bishop c5.
Doesn't work because it's...
Okay, check.
Check as well.
Bishop back. Bishop check perhaps. Rook takes, and you don't have a mate anymore. And you're a rook down. So that's pretty good. So rook e4 played. He's desperate to get his knight into the game. He went to h6. So why doesn't he take on e4? Dunno. Oh, because he's got tricks galore. That's fantastic. King takes. 1 down. 2 down. And that has got to be game over. Because at any moment, we can play knight f3. And then you lose your pride and joy, your pawn on h2. So I think George C probably has resigned. Also, Harvey Zhu was in time trouble. They have just reached move 41. So there is no way that... and the third seed has just gone down to Harvey Zhu. So the player with 3 Grandmaster norms, admittedly is 40 years old now, but still, amazing scalp for young Harvey Zhu. So if things go badly for the old guys over the next round, we may have an 11-year-old playing a 13-year-old on top board at the Australian Championship. Yeah. Possibly good, yes. Maybe you should use reverse psychology and have songs like "I'm a Loser" or "So You Win Again" or something like that. They're going for positive songs like "Unstoppable" and this sort of thing. But yeah, by the Beatles. No, I did play one tournament where they were playing music before the rounds, and just before the prize giving ceremony, they played "The Winner Takes It All," and those of us who finished second and third were getting really worried about what was going to happen to the prize fund. Fortunately, they did follow the prize list and everything was okay. I think it was a tournament in Baden in Switzerland where was the first tournament where they played music before the round. And no, it might even have been Deisersau, in Germany. Yeah, Deisersau in Germany was the first one it was fantastic. As soon as the music stopped, you could start your opponent's clock, and it saved all the Charles Vorstein. Does anyone have any questions? Or all the things that normally happen in Australia before the round starts, and so it's worth adopting as long as you can find music that everyone can tolerate, because otherwise people stay outside the playing hall until the music stops, and then you've got a problem. But there are a lot of chess-related songs. Anyway, as people who read "Oops, I Resigned One More Time" will have seen, every single chapter heading is related to chess, but it's also a song lyric. So there's a lot. In "Oops, I Resigned Again," and they're all negative ones, of course, because the book's about people who resigned unnecessarily. Okay, so we are just about done here. Jack Rogers did hang on against David Cannon with that weak c pawn. Once you get a rook ending, it's not too bad. Sukai G did win that game with the extra pawn and pressure. Ted Power and Ben Leong did make a draw. That was that lovely trick we'll just show you. Just when Ted Power seemed to be taking over, Black played the careless h5, and suddenly after knight d6, there is no way to keep the pieces on the board, and it's the extra pawn disappears. Okay, Daniel Wang has a big time advantage against Leo Kalina from Melbourne, but Black has been winning this from a long way back and is really, really, really winning it now. Okay, so Daniel Wang will lose. So really terrible result for the Zhang household, because Daniel Wang is the son of Zheng Jilin, and he's lost 2 in a row. And she was in trouble in a queen ending. This is looking better though. It's true there's no such thing as perpetual check in a queen ending, but she's got this geometrical motive going, where after king e5 you go queen c7. Oh, hang on, but you can go king g5 here if you want, because if queen takes pawn, you've got queen f6 check. No, it's not. Okay, the second rule of queen endings is that there is no such thing as perpetual check in a queen ending. It might look like it, but almost always it isn't perpetual check. As you'll see, the computer will say this is, I don't know, +6 or something, because they see the way out of the... What? What's wrong with king g5? Queen g8? Oh, and you're left with... They're saying that you can force the win of the e pawn, which is great, but a pawns are not easy to defend either, especially if the white king is not well placed. So Zheng Jilin was completely lost, by the way, earlier on. Where were we? Yeah, she's 2 pawns down for nothing in a queen ending. So Black's got a number of sensible ways of playing this. One would be simply to hide the king on somewhere like a2. But okay, yeah, queen a3 check, for example, would have prevented king f2. She does it. King h4. Oh, so she should have done it when the king was on f3, because then there's f5 check as well. So queen a3 was completely winning, followed by f5 check, and then you'll win the f4 pawn easily. Instead, he goes for this ending. Maybe queen d5. Keep the white king, queen d5. Always centralize your queen in these sort of endings, because a queen in the center covers 27 squares. It maximizes the number of squares it prevents the other queen from checking on. So if your queen is on e4, d5, something like that, d5 is perfect here because it protects the a pawn. Then there'll be a few checks, you'll get away. You'll push your a pawn, there'll be a few checks, you'll get away. You'll be completely winning. All these checks, the king doesn't mind too much going in the corner. Okay, now play queen takes f4. The e pawn is one of the easier ones to win with. Play queen takes e4, queen d4 check, and e5, and you will win for sure. There will not be a perpetual check. You will run your king somewhere like f4, then you'll play e4, and game will continue. This is not the way to do it. He thinks he's got all these super checks to prevent white from taking e6, but anyway, she has maximized her chances of drawing with this method, but it also means that she is going to be here till about 11 o'clock at night, because an a pawn and queen and a pawn against queen could go on really a long time. It takes ages just to push the pawn one square, and then again the checks will start again. It will take ages to push it to another square. You will get it to the 7th and discover that then there are always perpetual checks, because the pawn is useless at covering your king. So and you run into these corner checks. So okay, so she is. This one is a possible draw. Yeah, computer thinks it's a draw, but in practice could be tough. Okay, how's the South Australian champion doing? He has lost to Leo Kalina. He was in trouble a way back. Hang on, that king was never on. Hang on. This is not resignable, is it? Oh, what's that?
You're talking about the Kalina game?
No, I'm looking for Zafirakis. And I'm trying to work out why why anyone would resign. Hang on, it's not resigned. Okay. Oh, sorry, you're right. So, but Kalina won. Oh, Kalina won against Daniel Wang. Okay, yeah, we saw that. So that's over now. This should be better for black, but I think black has mucked around a little bit. So he's deciding whether to go king c4, allow rook d4 check, lose the e pawn, and then push the b pawn as fast as possible, or whether to hang on to that pawn and maybe play king back for a moment and then push the b pawn. But king e6, rook d4 still wins it. So yeah, so maybe he's mucked this up a fraction. Although with the white king active, this does feel very, very good. Yeah, and maybe Minren is hanging on. See, yeah. Okay, so Jilin may draw. Rusakov against Bayaka, we left that a long, long time ago. And Bayaka is positionally better. But his king's not perfect. But he does have an extra pawn. Okay, so I would say the computer's going to really like this, and normal people should. Yeah. Oh, rook f3 is winning. King takes. Queen a3. Rook b3, knight d4. King g2. Knight takes, queen takes.
If you place queen a3, the rook can cross it.
What's that, sorry?
The rook will block it.
So are we threatening queen h1 mating here? Maybe not. Yeah. It looks scary. Is the computer agreeing? See, everything 0, 0, 0. So king g2, queen takes bishop and rook f3. Ah. All right, so they're going to say something else here, perhaps. No, 0, 0, 0. What have we done wrong? Queen a1 immediately. That is a computer combination. That's not a human combination. Okay, yeah. So it probably won't happen, and black will play something sensible. For example, bishop g6, b6 maybe? I'm just wondering if there's...
computer combination. Can we go through it?
It's with non-natural moves.
I know that.
Yeah, yeah.
We want to go through them because we want to think what the computer's thinking.
Well, the computer is saying after queen a1, you can't defend against the rook on b2 and queen h1 check, followed by knight d4 check, which is entirely reasonable. But to not try to win a rook with queen a3 looks so weird to a humour. Well, if you want. But I mean, all you know is that the computer says this is winning.
Right, okay, but
Yeah, so...
what's the follow-up?
Well, the follow-up is either you take the rook or you play queen h1 check.
What's white going to do now?
Well, you move the rook. And that is tricky as well.
What if he plays B? What if he plays B1?
Well, it doesn't make any difference, does it? Queen e5?
Oh, yeah.
And if king g2, there's knight f4.
So that's a checkmateable position, right?
Well, or winning a queen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so hang on. I just want to go back to the game position because on the last move... Oh, he went bishop c2, right. I just suddenly realised that John Rusakov's idea here is to take on g6. So if pawn takes, you take the knight, and if king takes, you play queen g8 check, and if you put the knight in the way, we just take the bishop. So he actually has a threat. So black may have to find some good combination because otherwise it could be that white takes over the attack. So that's, yeah, now I'm not so surprised that there's a big think here by Sterling Bayakart to get this absolutely right, because if you don't, then bishop takes g6 is going to work. So, okay. Anyone else going? Gary Lane is still going. He was killing his opponent, John Papantonio, and killing still applies. Yeah, I mean, it's White's turn, but he's going to resign. There's no defense against e2 check. If queen c4 or bishop c4, e2 and queen h1 mate. So he may already have resigned, and it just didn't register. So no one left on the top boards. George has resigned. Yep, no one left. So we'll call it quits now for the second round of the championship, but just a rundown of the winners. Trevor Tao on board 1 was held to a draw by Biascalan, the Mongolian woman, 18 years old, who has been dominating Sydney chess for the last 18 months, already won New South Wales Open title, New South Wales title. She won both the last 2 New South Wales Chess Association weekenders, one of them with 7 out of 7 in a field that included Igor Bielerberg, who's super solid. So she's definitely a bit on the underrated side. On board 2, very smooth victory by Yi Lu here against Ryder Testelin, the inform player from Victoria. Somehow Yi almost adopted rope-a-dope tactics by letting black's queenside attack succeed totally. And then when he finally got his knight on b2, he found that he couldn't get it out again. And then Yi launches an attack on the king side, and the knight on b2 is totally useless. So really fantastic strategy by Yi. I don't know if the computer agrees with it, but who knows. Harvey Zhu fought back from a horrible position to beat George C, and probably the biggest upset of the round. the 13-year-old from Sydney, just hung tough. He's according to a number of players like Mihailo Radovanovic, who's one of the top New South Wales coaches nowadays, Harvey Jew is just unbelievably difficult to put away, even if you get a big advantage against him. And that happened in the first round, and it's happened again in the second round. So, yeah, well, you can't play that sort of chess and win a tournament usually because someone will get you. But, yeah, it certainly he's got to a good score already. Tedrick Lee, Tedrick Lee also upset Daryl Johansson. As has happened so often in Johansson's games in recent years, he overlooked a tactic and he got a position where he thought he was okay, but after a couple of moves, it turned out not to be okay. Then Ranch Chakrabarty very efficiently beating Stephen Solomon. He just won, again, a tactic that he overlooked, that Solomon overlooked. Again, another 60-year-old in the tournament. And so this isn't the World Seniors Championship, and Ranch saw it. So Ranch Chakrabarty. So we do have an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old on 2 out of 2 at the moment. The only other, the other players who could have got to 2 out of 2 did not do so. Jack Rogers made a draw with David Cannon, and Gary Lane. Well, I guess there could be some magic here, but Gary Lane is not going to lose to John Papantonio. No, he's won. So that is, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on 2 out of 2. So the pairings this afternoon, 4 players on 2 out of 2. So the pairings this afternoon will be, it's tricky actually. The only player due wide is Ranch Chakrabarty. It'll probably be Yi playing black against Tedrick Lee. No, hang on, he's rated below that. So Yi playing black against Ranch Chakrabarty could be a great game. And Harvey Zhu with the black pieces against Tedrick Lee. So they'll be our top 2 boards. Lots of players on 1.5, including the 4th seed Sukai G, the top seed Trevor Tao, and Gary Lane, international master. So it's going to be a good round. The game started at 3:30. The commentary will start at around 4. So look forward to seeing all of you then. Thanks for coming along. And so let's go for some song that people haven't seen. Maybe this one.
पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे, जब से देखा तुझे खेलते, सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे, अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे, पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी व्हेन यू आर कैश रे, अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस की कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका मजहब के कहना है, ये जीत तेरा नाम लिखा है, सिर्फ तेरे तू बड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है, सबका मजहब के कहना है, ये जीत तेरा नाम लिखा है, यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की, जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की, आनंद है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला, अगर अपनी गेंद तू खेला तू साबोन न तो खेला, हेट वाली बातें जी की, शुक्र उड़ी गई थी मार गिराया सबको से, अब बारी आई है टीम की, इंडिया इंडिया इंडिया, गो 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 गो, अब आया है तू एंड में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है, सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे घोड़े, अब अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी है नो कैश रे अब है टेंशन और इमोशन ये है कंडीशन पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस की कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन
Yep. Indeed. Okay, so your first round in. One. Oh, no bullshit. Oh, they're taking it down. This is okay.
Oh, I just take this out.
Stand up. Yeah. Do I have a plan B? Okay.
I was hoping to turn the video off. Like when we
countryside. Yeah. So what do you do? I play chess. So do I. I mean, what do you do for a living? I play chess for a living. But you can't play chess for a living unless you're Vishwanath Anand. Not many people recognize facts. Fact is, AMD processors are built for multitasking and give you the ultimate multimedia experience. Make the right choice for your computer. Get the AMD advantage.
Я не просто граю душа. Я вчуся бути уважним, думати наперед, швидко приймати рішення. І коли треба, імпровізувати.
Галицьке слово рекомендує. Грай душа, щоб перемагати в житті. Галицьке слово. Солодкий смак перемоги.
Everybody wants to make cricket. Thankfully, I realized what was good for me and started playing chess. Make the right choice for your computer to get the AMD advantage. Because the AMD processors are built for multitasking and give you the ultimate multimedia experience. Get the AMD advantage.
Med 100% fiber fra Altibox får alle mer kapasitet til underholdningen sin.
It's also got the minor on it, although you probably didn't use it. No, I already found one. I already. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's a touch screen.
Everyone's playing. The game is going on. But it's not just protection. You have to create. I'm here to share with you my knowledge of ROGERS. But I'm trying to come up with a comprehensive picture that will be helpful for you to become a better chess player and even a better musician.
That'll do with Mr. Kasparov. Okay, let's move on to Victor Korchnoi, one of the legends of the game. I meant to say a cow, one of the legends of the game. So what else have we got? Okay, what about where is an Italian ad? Grandmaster Boccaturo.
Ho cominciato a giocare a scacchi quando avevo 7 anni e da lì è stato amore a prima vista. Da subito ho capito che sarei voluto diventare grande maestro, ovvero il titolo più grande che abbiamo nel nostro gioco. Devi avere delle capacità analitiche, devi avere delle capacità logiche, dove bisogna leggere il linguaggio del corpo dell'avversario, bisogna capire dei piccoli comportamenti. Pensare alla mossa successiva del tuo avversario è fondamentale nel nostro gioco. Generalmente siamo capaci di poter calcolare anche 15-20 mosse nella strategia del nostro avversario o della partita in generale. Dal punto di vista analitico possiamo essere in grado di calcolare un'intera partita mentalmente e visualizzarla senza troppi problemi. A volte puoi pensare di sapere dove la partita andrà a finire, può sempre succedere qualcosa di improvviso e devi adattarti alla situazione, cambiare completamente strategia. Per un estraneo la partita di scacchi potrebbe sembrare semplicemente un giocatore che muovono i pezzi. Per me è una battaglia senza eguali.
I do want the pairings, but if possible, yes. Take it, want to start soon. Okay, and well, of course, there's the true story with an and turned into an advertisement.
Hello.
Do you two come to the
Yes.
So what do you do?
I play chess.
So do I. I mean, what do you do for a living?
I play chess for a living.
But you can't play chess for a living unless you're Vishwanathan Anand.
Not many people recognize facts. Fact is, AMD processors are built for multitasking and give you the ultimate multimedia experience. Make the right choice for your computer. Get the AMD advantage.
Okay, so, I didn't mean to shut that. Here we go. I might get the standings first. So these are the standings in the Australian Championship after 2 of 11 rounds. And there are 4 people equal first. The first 2 on that list have a combined age of 24. So the youngsters are doing okay. Then you have 1 adult and Tedrick Lee, a Victorian junior, also international master, but not awarded yet, having achieved it at the Oceania Zonal. So the pairings we're going to have will be Chakrabarti playing against Tedrick Lee, and Yi playing against Harvey, Yi Lu playing against Harvey Zhu. So as you can see, the ratings are getting a bit closer together now. So we're getting some real battles, and we'll be following them a lot. On 1.5, you have a massive pack of players, including a lot of the top seeds. The top seed Trevor Tao, Su Kai Ji, Li Tri Kien, and but on 1 point, if we go down, we have 2 of the favourites who both lost in the previous round. So they are Grandmaster Daryl Johansson and International Master George C. And they are both sitting on 50%. And, well, they should win, but they should have won this morning as well. And, of course, being older, with a 40-year-old George C. and a 66-year-old Daryl Johansson, it may not be so easy second game of the day. If I go to pairings, the one I want to draw your attention to is not actually at the top, but right near the bottom on board 15, we have Ted Power against Heather Richards. So Richards has recovered well enough to having lost her first 2 games on forfeit due to illness to be up there playing against the St. George 15-year-old Ted Power. So will be a tough job for Richards, but it will be very interesting to see whether she can still play quality chess after more than 3 years suffering with long COVID and unable to play at all. So that will be tough. We've also got, okay, Johansson, Papantonio, you would expect that to be pretty easy, but in fact, the opening looks really interesting for black. George C. has a big advantage against the Mongolian 18-year-old Bias Garland. And who else? William Rumley is up there only because he had a bye. He's a Tasmanian champion. He gets a tough one against Sydney's Aidan Odenthal. And apart from that, Leo Kalina, a junior, will give Stephen Solomon some trouble, as will Sai Siddharth Narahara Sethi give Zhang Jilin some problems. So, yeah, Zhang Jilin's had a hard time, but the person who's had the hardest time of all is the South Australian champion, Alex Min. And I just want to show you an extract from his game from earlier today. And it is perhaps the unluckiest thing that can happen to you in chess. So, as you can see, the game ended in a draw. But if we go all the way back, we got a very complicated pawn ending where Jesse Safarakis was, rook ending, where Jesse Safarakis was the player playing to win, but ultimately he forgot that e5 was check, and it is white whose pawn is doing a great job because it will queen with check. And suddenly we have an endgame of queen versus rook, starting on move 66. So, how do you win this? Does anyone know? It's in the ROGERS Practical Endgame Guide. It is listed as easy if you know how. The Johansson Practical Endgame Guide was described to me as saying just easy. But in fact, there is one defensive setup that is quite hard to break down. In any case, the most important thing, and something that Zafirakis did, is to be as obstinate as possible so that they have to use up as many moves as possible before they force the black king to the edge or the corner. So that black king is finally going to that corner. Well, it's refusing to do so quickly. For some reason, he didn't play king d4. So the king is getting forced over here. And now white has to make some progress. What he fails to do is to hem the black king in, so the king heads for a different corner. We are now 20 moves in. Now white plays a whole series of pointless checks, and suddenly we're 30 moves in. White finally gets a good idea, bringing the king and queen up together. So here you've got to be a little bit careful. If you play king c6, there's rook c7 check, and if king c7, rook c6. So he lifts the stalemate first. And now his king's getting closer and closer. Okay, so he's hoping for king c6 here. We still have 10 moves to go. So, check, queen here. Now the rook is being squeezed quite well. Rook a7. Now queen c6 looks pretty good. You have to play king b8, and then queen b6 check, and I think you're going to get the optimum position. So check. You can't bring your king up because of rook a6 check, but you check here again. Check. And this is the key position that white wants when it's black to play. If it's white to play, it's actually very tricky. But with black to play, the rook must leave the king. There are no stalemates. Your queen is not on a6. You don't want your queen to be a knight square away from the other king. You want it to be a bit further away. So the rook moves to somewhere like b1, and you win it with checks. He got something like that a few moves later, and the rook had to move away from the king. So all he has to do is win the rook on or before move 116. So he started with a good check, king c8, and now all he has to do is go queen g8, queen g7, queen takes rook. Made it with a move or two to spare. Instead, he went queen f5. He could still win with a move to spare by playing queen h7, queen h8, queen takes rook. Check here, king c8, and now it is too late because although he can play king b6 here, he cannot win the rook quickly enough. And here I think rook d1 does the job pretty well, but what he played is fine because after queen d4, he just says, I'm going to play king e8. That will be 50 moves by each side. And that is a draw. And the computer confirmed it. So, in fact, as soon as king e8 was played, as soon as queen d4 was played, the computer put up half-half, which is pretty remarkable. But that's because there's no legal move by black that doesn't allow a draw. So even though queen takes rook is going to be the next move, that's one move too slow, and the game is declared a draw. Yep. You manually added it? What, he hadn't even claimed?
No, so he claimed, so he wrote down king e8. I went to the computer, I knew it was a 50 move repetition.
Right.
I confirmed it with half on the computer.
Right.
He hadn't played it yet. But because he wrote it down, he doesn't have
Yeah, it counts as a move played, yeah. You can't change it once you've written it down, yeah. Absolutely. So you might think, oh, that's not just bad luck, but then we go to round one and we see what happened to Alex Wren in round one. Isn't it? Oh, okay. All right, I better go back. I'll find round one somehow. It'll turn up. This takes a while to load, I think. And now round one. Alex Wren again. This time, where is he? He's playing. I've lost him. There he is. Okay, so very nice position by Ryder Testlin against him. And Testlin plays queen a7, which is unbelievably careless because after c5 there is no way back for the queen, and rook a8 is going to win the queen. For example, rook takes pawn, rook a8. So Teslin actually found a very good way to hang on. Pawn takes. You can't play rook a8 immediately because of c6 and we get away. So rook here first. Then he found the creative bishop here. Rook takes. Everything's still trapped. However, check. Has he won his piece back? Not quite. And queen e5, threatening mate on h5. Actually, queen f8 was even better. So he plays bishop d7 so that he can play bishop h3 after the queen check. And he took, what happened in the game was he took rook back, and all of a sudden black played this move but lost on time while he was playing it, which is pretty slack when you're getting half a minute per move increment, but he just thought he was completely safe. So Ren lost that game. However, if you go to this position after bishop d7, Testerlin said he had seen what should happen, but he didn't have a choice. He had to play bishop d7. This is an absolute forced mate for black. Queen h5. Bishop in the way on h3. Rook h1 check. You must take it. Queen takes h3 check. You can't take back because there's a bishop on the long diagonal, and next move is queen takes g2 mate. And that is a forced mate with checks that you would expect a player like Alex Ren to find, but instead he let his opponent hang on, and even though the final position is almost certainly winning for black, other things can go wrong. It's not kicking your opponent when they're down, letting them struggle on. It's like that extra point in tennis where you force them to make one more hit, and in the end, Testerlin won that game instead of Min Ren. So that was very sad. So 2 games in a row, the South Australian champion, in fact the dominator in South Australia this year, has been completely winning and has managed to get a total of half a point out of 2 from those completely winning positions. One is a queen versus rook position, which, as the computer will tell you, is a forced mate if you play really, really well. And the second one was a forced mate that even a human should see. So that was most unfortunate. I think I do, yeah. So anyway, so let's go back to the game. Oh, hang on. That's gone back to round 2. Round 1. Let's hope I can get to round 3. Would be nice. That looks like round 3. Okay, so our top board game is between 13-year-old Harvey Zhu and our second seed 28-year-old Yi Lu. And this line has been played quite a lot. I might select it. This probably makes it easier for everyone. Not that much easier. Okay. So it starts out as a French defence. As we know, Yi will play every day of the week. Knight d2. So c5, knight f3, and now knight c. Hang on, he took on knight d2. Oh no, he took on he took on d4. Knight takes d4, and knight c6. Now this line doesn't have a great reputation for black, but in the Oceania Junior a couple of weeks ago, a player called Brian Yang found some good ideas with black. He actually only won 1 out of the 2, but he had a very satisfactory position with black in both games in this line. So bishop here, trying to get the bishop to go there. Knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d3. And you can sort of see why this could be quite good for white, because white can hit with c4 if they want. And if black ever takes on e4, then there's some dodgy pawns over there. Black's best chance is probably going to be to go c5 or something like that. So queen c7, playing exactly like Yang, castles, and now knight e7. That's really the key here to putting the knight on g6. It makes it very hard for white to play f4, and also when the queen goes to e2, there are ideas of knight f4 as well. And so how did Harvey... Oh, he played queen e2 first. Okay. Knight g6, knight f3, and bishop e7. So I guess if you play e5, we might be able to play f6 almost immediately. I think we can play it immediately because bishop g6 doesn't do much because there's always king f7. You can keep your pawn on e5, but it doesn't do much good. This is one of the games from Queensland. The other one, white played a plan based on b3 and bishop b2, and black managed to get bishop b4 in, and there was some tactics, but it worked out extremely well for black. So bishop e7 played. I might try to find that game if I'm lucky. Let's have a look in the Oceania Junior. So Yang and no, maybe it wasn't him. Okay, who else plays the French? Not this. Okay, I'll have to do it by searching the opening, getting the same opening as these guys. And it is... Who was black here? So it's Zarui. Ryan Singh, I think, was the player. So the first one was against Ryan Chanaparetti. It was a draw. And now some very good tactics here by black. And here, yeah, the white king doesn't really have a safe home for the rest of the game. And black has a serious queenside attack. Ultimately, the game was drawn. And then the second effort came in the last round. Same line. He wasn't worried about knight f4, but he plays it now. And black just has an overwhelming position. Takes e5, and e4 is going to kill him. In fact, he sacrificed a piece, but he's a piece down for nothing, and black won the game easily. So those moves indicate that things are going okay. Knight here, bishop e7. I believe there's been quite a few games with this, slightly older games. And black has certainly done more than okay when you've got guys like David Navarra not winning with white pieces. There's also a Wesley So game. And since Wesley So probably wrote the Chessable course on this line, let's have a look how it goes. C4. And black is totally comfortable, but admittedly that was a blitz game. But it's very hard to find any white wins in this line. Let's see if the computer can offer a suggestion here. They say white's slightly better no matter what they play, but it's the follow-up that's tricky. So really nothing special here. So it's this 97 knight g6 that's caused all the problems. And there's just no active way for white to play. Yeah, you'd like to be able to play h4 under some circumstances and dislodge that knight on g6, but it's not really possible. So we'll go back to the games. And still no move from Harvey Zhu. So it does seem like his preparation might have run out. If you could play e5 and keep maintaining that point, then you might be going okay here. But f6 tends to undermine it, and you don't really want to play bishop g6 check and allow the h file to become open. But at any moment, by the way, black could go knight f4, so you do have to be aware that that could be a problem. So the computer here is saying c4 or rook e1, anything but e5 really. But I think c4. So the most commonly played move and the one with a rather poor score in practice. So we'll see. How long do you spend on that? 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes. So I think at least white's knowledge of theory is over now. So this could be a very tough day for Harvey Zhu. Notably, however, he is on 2 out of 2 despite 2 rather poor openings in the first 2 rounds. So maybe the openings aren't his strong point. Board 2. Chakrabarti against Tedrick Lee. And looks very, very solid. So let's see how it went. E4, c6, and Chakrabarti plays the 2 knights defense. Bishop g4, h3, and now it's certainly possible to play bishop h5, super sharp lines, really complicated theory. Instead, he played the rock-solid line. Bishop takes, queen takes, and now e6 is the most solid, but he went for knight f6. So you can certainly play e5, but after knight d7, d4, or actually queen g3 is supposed to be a little bit better, but d4, e6, you've got a strange French, which doesn't really favour the pair of bishops. So white just played very quietly. You can, of course, play d4 here, but after pawn takes and queen takes, it's unclear how much you've got for the material. So he prefers to keep the tension. e6. Right now, I believe if you want, you can play pawn takes, knight takes, queen d5, force an endgame where black is very, very solid. But clearly, there's no need to do that. So e6 played, castles. Mikhail Tal used to play g4 plans in this line, but it's not that scary. Castles, bishop e7, and d4. So finally, this is the attempt to sacrifice a pawn. But he didn't take it. So pawn takes, knight takes, queen takes. So here I think you can go knight f6. If you take with the queen, we'll swing over to b3. You're going to have to play b6 to protect that pawn because your queen's offside. Then we'll go bishop f3 and make sure that that knight never moves because of the weakness of the c6 pawn. And that could be a big initiative for the pawn. Still, that's one of the lines that's sort of recommended because the way black played it, he got the worst of all worlds. He played castles, which is fine. But after rook d1, that rook is on a closed file. So why did he half open it? I'm not sure at all. All of a sudden he took here. And now you can say that white is definitely a little better. Pair of bishops and the position is not blocked anymore. So you can be pretty happy with white. So knight d7 played. Reasonable move. c4. Notice that often the breakout in the French is c5, but here, apart from that pawn, there's an open d file, and d5 will always work as well. So knight here, queen back, I presume. Yep. Queen c7, bishop e3. Okay, so these positions, black's plan is generally to sit tight. The more you open it up, the worse things get. With white, it's not so easy to do anything because d5 usually doesn't lead anywhere. But if you can get a3, b4, queen protects it, a4, b5, then you can start causing some problems on the queen side. There is no kingside attack. Forget about g4 and that sort of thing. It's highly unlikely to get there. You just don't have enough attacking pieces to cause problems on that side of the board. With black, maybe you'd like to swap off the dark squared bishops. You'll still be a little bit worse, but every swap helps. You could also double on the d file, move your knight, perhaps knight e8, knight d6, knight f5, and put your bishop on f6 and try to prove that that's a weak pawn. Most likely, by the time you get there, you'll discover that d5 is a really, really strong move. So rook a d8 played. I'm far from sure that that is the right rook. Though, to his credit, he didn't waste a lot of time worrying which rook to put on d8. But there are some lines where that pawn on a7 could get into trouble. If there's been big exchanges in the centre after d5 or something similar, it's possible a7 is a little bit weak. So I think I probably would have gone with the other rook, but I'm sure it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so that is board 2. Two juniors playing each other. Tedrick Lee, 15-year-old international master. Raj Chakrabarti, I think, has got some international master norms, but is not yet an IM. But Raj Chakrabarti is the higher seed. Tedrick Lee's 15. Chakrabarti is still 11, I think, something like that. So, where are we? Yep, still 11, almost 12. So, board 3, Trevor Tao against David Cannon, a very unorthodox player against a very orthodox player. And right now, looks fairly happy for David Cannon. Again, a super weird opening, which starts e3. Don't think that's going to take off too much. It's not terrible. It's not great. And f4. So he has avoided the Fromm's gambit, which is if he plays f4 immediately on move 1, then e5 is a pest. So d5 played. My general feeling is if white's going to play this setup, they want to control the e5 square, and I tend to not want to let them do so. So I'd tend to change to a King's Indian, bishop g7, d6, and play e5 even if it's impossible, because usually you get counterplay. So d5 does make white's life a little bit easier. Knight f3. Now he goes g6. So b4. Look, it's not terrible. b3 would be more common, but he doesn't want black to play c5. Black will probably get c5 anyway. So a5, b5, and c5. Yep. So takes, is he going to take with the knight with extra development? He does leave a lot of holes behind on b5 if he takes with the knight. So you would expect him to take with the pawn, and he did so, and then both sides decide it might be time to start getting developed. Although Trevor Towell's idea of development is a little bit different to a lot of other people. Castles, bishop a3, rook here. So this is more or less optimum Tau in this position, but are you getting anywhere? I'm far from sure. And remember, black is about to start actually developing some pieces, especially on the queen side. So white just plays quietly. Queen c7. He's thinking about e5, and d4 stops it. But it hardly looks like a great move with the weaknesses on the e4 and c4 squares. So I don't really trust the way Trevor Tau is playing. Bishop a6, bishop d3. Now that is clever. If bishop takes, he wants to take with the pawn and take away the e3 square. Sorry, e4 square. So knight b6, knight e5. Seeking to avoid knight c4 problems. And no move yet. So right now, white has a threat, a positional threat, of playing queen e2. And after queen e2, if you swap the bishops, you lose control of that e4 and the c4 square, and black won't be terribly happy. But of course, if you don't swap and go bishop b7 or something like that, then your whole bishop a6 idea didn't turn out too well after all. So, and of course, it may be that white at some point will have knight takes f7 and f5, to try and attack. But I think that's something that's going to come once black's been distracted on the queen side. But keep an eye on those kingside threats. They could come through at any time. So right now, what to do with black? Really hard to say. I don't really want to take on e5, but if I do, say with the knight, I could jump in on c4 with the knight, and that looks like it could be quite decent. The bishop, because that threatens e3 as well as a3. Bishop might have to go backwards, or you'd have to take it, which is not so terrible. So it's time for a decision by Cannon, and I'm not surprised he's having a bit of a think. Oh, he played knight fd7, did he? Wow. Oh, sorry. Sorry, he played that threatening knight e5 and knight c4. So queen e2 is the problem, I think. Then we can take on e5 with the knight, because if bishop a6, I can put that knight on e5 on c4. And that's beginning to look quite nice. So, okay, consistently just exchanging off the pieces that are controlling the squares he wants. And we'll see how that goes. And on board 4, you've got the veteran, 61-year-old Gary Lane, playing the white pieces against 4th seed Su Kai Ji, 27-year-old, originally from Singapore, but he studied in secondary school in Croydon, I think, in Victoria, where there's a big chess club in Croydon. And in 2023, he decided to change his nationality for chess, at least to Australia. And we have another 92 French, which again is not so surprising because Gary Lane has played the Tarrasch French more or less all his life. c5, and instead of knight f3, Lane plays the old main line, takes. Does he go bishop check or knight f3 first? Oh, no, apologies, he didn't do this. He didn't play c5. He went for a6, which had been played by George C. earlier in the tournament, knight f3, then c5. take, take. There is no bishop b5. Harvey Zhu had played bishop e2 here, and he, in fact, copied that game. Castles, knight c6 perhaps. No, now he takes on d4. Let's see the difference. Takes, takes, bishop here, knight here, bishop a7. No, bishop b6. This is very, very similar to the position that George C had against Harvey Zhu, and it worked out pretty well for White. I think White played something like rook e1 and bishop g5, and everything was good. So that's indeed what he played bishop f3 first. I'm not sure that's the best square, but it's okay. Rook here, and now rook e8, bishop g5. Well, okay, the threat is bishop f6, I guess, because you have to take with the pawn because of the e8 square. So you can't play h6 and g5, which is the way George C managed to get a serious advantage this morning. So knight d7. So is that very careless or is it absolutely brilliant? Let's see. Bishop takes. Rook takes. Queen takes. h6. So if you take here, he wants to take back and line those two pieces up. You can always move your bishop away after taking and answer bishop takes knight with rook here, but at worst we can play bishop takes f2 and get the material back. We can't play bishop here as far as I can see because of g5, unless there's some super move like knight e6 that exploits all that, but I seriously doubt it works. There's also bishop f7 here. King takes, queen e6, king f8. I'd love to move my queen and play knight e6 check, but I can't quite make it work. If it works, then white is completely winning. So let's have a look. Bishop takes. Why doesn't he want to take? Because this is not a board where I can take. Okay, so let's try something else. Come on. Let's have a. So rook takes, queen takes, h6. Bishop takes. Queen check. King here. So queen takes f6 doesn't work because you're too many pieces down at the end, I think. Yep, you're going to be a piece down at the end after queen takes queen. What else have you got? Rook e1 looks a bit on the slow side. Everything looks a bit on the slow side. So I'm guessing that this is winning for black, and it is. So bishop f7 is not so great. So what to play? So let's have a look. Take, take, bishop back, take, rook here. Check, I can't take with the queen, queen check. Feels as if black is completely okay because of the slightly dodgy king And okay, maybe queen e3 is all right because it's hard to get developed. Very hard. Actually, this could still be very good, but let's have a look. King f8. So if rook check, just king e7. You could throw knight c5 in, but then perhaps king e7 still works. So is this absolutely okay for black? No, because of just the pin. Fair enough. And knight c5 can happen, or knight a5. So yeah, okay. So that is good for white. That's encouraging. So is this good for white, or does black have something sensible? They're saying do not take the knight, play queen d6, play a5, do something else, and black's more or less okay. But that's encouraging for Gary Lane. Does he have another tricky option? I doubt it, apart from bishop f3. Sorry, apart from bishop takes f6 first. Not really. But this is apparently not losing. So g5 and now they're saying bishop f7. And apparently this is just a draw. Not sure why. Bishop e7. I would have been very scared if I were black, but apparently king here is okay. That's very computer defense. The rest looks really good for white, so that is extremely weird. It does show that you can go bishop h4 though. So both of them are possible, which is why Gary Lane is having a big think, and he still hasn't moved. A really big think. He's now well over half an hour behind on the clock. So it's not ideal. Okay, let's go back to the other games. Baez Garland against George C. I didn't think this opening was working at all well for Baez Garland, and it's actually got worse. So George C plays knight c3, d6, f4. This version of the, what would you call it, the Grand Prix attack is really annoying for black, and the most important thing for black is not to allow white to play bishop b5 and take the knight on c6. You don't mind swapping bishops on d7, but after bishop b5 checks, you do not want to play knight c6, because after bishop takes knight, you get one of these very stodgy positions where white's plan is very easy. So let's see. Already not great, getting worse. And this sort of position, if I put that in chess base, I think white would be scoring 70 to 80%. It is too easy with white. Castle, queen e1, sometimes queen h4, f5, bishop h6, and you mate them. Sometimes you just play things like bishop d2 and b3 and move your rook and play knight a4 and target the double pawns. Queen b6. Okay, that's to stop both of those plans. a4 looks weird. Certainly black can play a5. So white has sort of lost a tempo with that a pawn. And now everything's absolutely safe. Bishop here should be pointless unless there is a c4 trick by black, or there is a knight takes e4 trick. George doesn't believe in these tricks. So he plays h3 simply because he wants to play queen h4 and f5 and bishop h6 without white being threatened with a queen exchange after queen g4. Now h3 is not an ideal square, because when you get your queen to h4, sometimes you want to play knight g5 and rook f3 and rook h3. So the pawn on h3 takes away that plan of attacking along the h file. But the advantage is it still will help with queen h4. And the real problem here for black, no counterplay whatsoever. if you play d5, sometimes we just leave it alone. Sometimes we play e5. Most of the time e5 is pretty good. And you also leave, if you do play d5 with black, you leave a very, very weak pawn on c5. So you have to try and break out with c4 sometime. It's always not so easy. I don't know if the computer appreciates how good this is. Yeah, that 1.4 will do me. And it's quite possible there was something even better than, oh no, a4 is reasonable. Okay, so they didn't think it was a huge advantage here, but they certainly do now. And one of the problems with being an 18-year-old from Mongolia is that you probably didn't experience the periods in the 80s, in particular 70s as well, where everyone was playing f4 against the Sicilian, and certain plans were found to be good, certain defenses were found to be good. So here, George C doesn't have to think. He can just go ahead with his plans. Okay, and now, a really crazy opening that I only learnt about when I was coaching someone who was playing in the World Youth Championship in Albania this year. In this line of the English, which Dowager Johansen plays, you can actually play e4, knight g5, and c6, giving away your e-pawn for nothing. Now, I didn't even know that existed. I did know b5 was playable. b5 was very unlucky. It's a really good move against everything but one move by white. For example, if you take on b5 with the knight, we play c6 and d5, and then knock your knight around with h6. If you take with the pawn, we play d5 and knock your knight around with h6. So it's a really good distraction. And also after b5, b3, b4 is really strong. Actually, no. After b5, h6 is really good. B5, b3, h6. Because then if the knight takes on e4, b4 wins a piece. So there's so many tricks around with b5. The problem was the player who played it was, I believe, a Cuban in the Capablanca Memorial back, 70s probably. And he played it against Lev Polagayevsky, who was one of the top players in the world. And Polagayevsky thought about b5 and played d3 against it on move 5. And it's the best move. And although Polagayevsky didn't win, it still more or less refuted the line. And so it was a real disappointment that a new gambit, the very first game, someone found the best line, and there was nothing you could do about it. So b5, d3. I do notice that one Manuel Bellon has started playing b5 a little bit recently. Again, maybe he's found some computer lines. Bellon, by the way, is a grandmaster from Spain who's the father of Anna Kramling, who some of you might know as a streamer. And also the Anna Kramling's mum is Pia Kramling, the legendary Swedish player who was the fourth woman to become a grandmaster after Gaprinishvili, Chibodnitsa, Susan Polgar, and then Pia Kramling. And then, of course, Judith Polgar came along and blew everyone out of the water. But it was, so, okay, so c6, takes, d5. So all you've got is a slightly active white knight, but even after, okay, if you go knight c3, maybe we play d4 and knock you around a bit, but knight g3. So this looks like a pawn for absolutely nothing, because white is even ahead in development, one piece against none. Now, of course, the black bishops can get out more easily than the white bishops, so that part's more balanced, but you don't get a piece out, you just play h5. And the knight's almost trapped. So Johansen, though, knows about this. e3, h4, knight e2. Theory is by no means finished. Queen f6, d4, and here a bit of a miscalculation, unfortunately, by John Papantonio. The main move you're supposed to play is knight c6 first, because then after bishop f5, you'll have some knight b4 ideas. Your queen may need to go to g6 later, but it doesn't at the moment. But after here, the knight goes to f4 rather than c3, queen g5. It's true that the G2 pawn can be a little bit weak after black plays bishop d6, but queen b3 is already very, very nasty. Bishop here takes, and you're trying to play a trick, but there's a check, and he has to decide how he wants to take on f4. Although because queen takes b7 is not so good. Pawn takes looks okay, but I would like to play queen takes as, I don't know. I feel like I want to keep my pawn structure intact, but I also feel like my queen is better on e4 than any other square. But right now, it's 2 pawns up for white. I presume the computer's going to say black's got a smidgen, so 1.5, or no, a straight 2 pawns up. And this is more or less it's a refutation of queen g6, which was just a slack move. But so it looks to me, how long did he take on queen g6? Yeah, he didn't think anything about 3 seconds. Now, I think your problem is you remember the line, but you don't remember the detail, and you think you're following the main line when you're not. So after knight f4, I don't know what you can do. Queen d6 maybe, but it's not fun. So Johansson is bouncing back from his accident earlier today. Let's go a bit further down. Let's see how Min Ren is doing. Remember, we looked at his games up to now. He's been unbelievably unlucky to be on half a point from 2 totally winning positions. This doesn't look super exciting, actually, but I would say it looks like a leftover from a Caro-Kann, where the queens have come off the board, black has nothing to fear, and black will eventually play c5 or e5, depending on how things pan out. That dark squared bishop for white is not that great, and the knight on g6 is okay, but doesn't do too much. So it feels completely equal. Computer says knight g6, g4, slight advantage for white. No, slight but getting smaller. I'm sure if I left it on for long enough, it would drift towards zeros. So Heather Richards, in her very first game of the tournament, up against Ted Power, and it certainly is exciting. So what was the opening? The treble system. I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce it in Czech, with a bit of a squeak. Treble was a top Czech player of the 80s, very, very inventive. And one of the lines he developed was this one. It's instead of playing g6 and bishop g7, black is trying to play c6 and queen a5, and then maybe later e5 or d5. So f3, she decides she's playing e5, queen d2. So I suppose white is still hoping that black will go into a type of Pietz or King's Indian with g6, queen c7, a4. So the old Heather Richards here would play bishop e7, knight f8, knight g6, and try and attack on the king side. And it's not a terrible plan at all, because white just doesn't have a threat here, really. d5, you can leave it alone. b6 looks a bit funny, but in some of these lines, black wants to go a6 and b5 anyway. So bishop goes to b7. It's beginning to look a lot like a weird Philidor defense, where white wishes he hadn't played f3, knight e2, and d5 is crazy brave. I know you can do it, but whether you should do it is a totally different question. Take. Knight b5 looks interesting. Oh no, there's queen takes c4. You can't do that yet. So bishop a2, bishop b4. Well, that's one way of trying to make a4 into a bad move. Take, castles. So that is a seriously weak d5 pawn, but black's pieces are super active. Oh, really? You could have gone kingside. I don't care about your d5 pawn. I don't care if white puts a knight on d4. Wow. You're going to a lot of trouble to shore up your queen side and stop knight b5. None of them are really helping you. Is knight b5 really a good move here? Bishop takes queen. No, it's not possible yet. So why bother? Why not play rook he8 or something aggressive? What a truly weird position. If white had time for knight g3 and knight f5, it would be good. Okay, so throws in a check. I don't actually see a problem with playing king b8 here. Knight ed7 is another interesting idea, but I don't trust it. So the only thing I can think of with queen f5 check is you're planning to play f4 sometime. It looks super risky after bishop c8 or something along those lines, but maybe it's playable. King b8. And yeah, queen f5 check looks like a very slack move because there's not a lot of ways back once you play that. You don't want to go queen f4. It was dangerous enough where it was. So let's see if he's got any idea at all. King h1. No, there is no idea at all. So the only thing keeping white in the game is the fact that black's position, his pawn structure and king are a bit pathetic. You can't even go king a7 because of a5 all the time. So yeah, it feels pretty bad. So Heather Richards is right in her first game of the tournament, remembering that she played a couple of Olympiads for Australia on board one just before the pandemic. Then in 2022, she went off to the Chennai Olympiad. Like half the Australians, she came back from the closing ceremony with COVID, but unlike all the others, she never recovered and spent 2 years unable to even solve a chess puzzle. But now, well, she's trying to get back into it. Let's see how well she can play now. The critical part will come not when it's positional, although she's not a very positional player anyway. She's just goes super aggressive all the time. But how well can she calculate the tactics? So we'll see that as the game progresses. Let's go back to board one to see how this French defense between these two players are going. And Yi certainly knows what he's doing. As soon as white played c4, he took, bishop took, played f5 instantly, bishop back, and castles. And if you can't hold up e5, e4, you are going to get absolutely crushed with white. So white has to find a good move here. If rook e1, we'll just go bishop f6, I think. So notice how black's pieces don't look like they're doing much, but they do control a number of key squares that help those pawns move up the board. So if knight g5, I don't trust it, but I don't trust it at all. Bishop takes, e5 is good, but you might be able to do better. If you start with e5, then queen h5 looks a bit tricky. But yeah, h4 doesn't look like much good here. So I believe this position is considered absolutely okay for white, but I don't actually know what the right plan is. They say knight g5 is the right move, do they? No, they say c5. I wondered about that. just to give up a pawn to put the bishop on b3, just as a distraction move, but it's a hard move to play. So he actually played bishop g5, not knight g5. So bishop takes, knight takes. They say rook f6 and e5 next move. Oh, that's because you want to swap. You don't only want to stop rather the e6 pawn being under attack. You also want to stop queen h5. So that makes sense. Although, why not bishop takes, knight f4, and then e5? Looks rock solid. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I feel as if the computer's saying equal, it feels better for black to me because black will get e5 and white will just have to defend. Not that Harvey Zhu is a bad defender, but against the second seed it could be very tough. Okay, Tedrick Lee has decided to break out rather than sit around waiting for him to get squashed. We left it after bishop e3, rook a8, rook ac1, which doesn't seem very relevant. It seems very odd indeed. c5. And now you haven't even got d5. So bishop f3 had to be better. So c5, bishop f3 now, b6, queen a4. Queen a4. So I would like to go pawn takes, bishop c5. Because I reckon if you take here and pawn takes, that position should be very equal with opposite bishops. And if you don't, I guess you could play bishop c3. I might just go a5, I'm not sure. But at least I've activated my bishop. So after pawn, he did take on d4, okay. So I'm not sure rook takes makes much difference. We swap and go bishop c5 anyway. And then maybe rook d8. Probably rook d8. So he'll probably take with the bishop. The other question is, can I go e5, e4? It looks risky. After e5, if you drop back here, I'll probably go bishop c5. I think I prefer bishop c5, but it's definitely an option. So I don't like Chakrabarty's move order here. I'm not sure he's really doing much. So maybe he had the idea to play queen c6 and swap off queens, but too much is already happening. So over the last 3 or 4 moves, he simply allowed his opponent to break out a bit, and instead of suffering and suffering, he's just equalised, I suspect. Let's see, do they regard this as equal, or do they still think white's better? Totally equal with e5 and e4 anyway. Wow, okay. So that is, yeah. So bishop takes d4, there's probably more than one way to play it. So that's very healthy for the underdog, Tedrick Lee, against the 7th seed, 11-year-old Branch Chakrabarty. So Trevor Tao and David Cannon, I have to say not much has happened. A swap of knights. Anything at all? Knight a4, e6, queen e2, big deal. Bishop c8. So he really doesn't want to take here because he'll probably never get c5. So this is what Trevor Tao has achieved with his bishop d3 and queen e2. He has forced the bad bishop back. Now the question is whether black will be able to play, say, bishop f8 and achieve c5. In the meantime, though, I can imagine some horrible things happening, like maybe a break on the king side, although it doesn't look that convincing. The other thing is rook b3. in order to attack on the B file. At the moment, you're being kept out, but I wouldn't say that'll last forever. And does white have anything else that's useful here? Well, there is a C4 move, and then rook C1. And that makes a bit of sense. So yeah, that could be the way to start building your advantage. I would definitely say Trevor Tower is getting on top here. So the Melbourne IM is struggling. Sukai Jin, Gary Lane, we left it, whoa. After H6, he did take on F6. And he got this particular position that was my first instinct with white. And yeah, I felt that white certainly has the initiative here. Whether you can do anything is another question. Oh, hang on. Amend that. He took with the queen because the rook's protected now. So that's a bit better. So now white is doing fine. Queen here. Queen C5. Queen F4. So if queen takes queen, we check. Oh no, we don't check first. We take back, but we have a check coming up. But now rook d8 looks absolutely devastating. Black's queen so badly off. Hang on, this cannot possibly be the position, can it? It can. Okay, what is going on here? Check. Take. Take, take. Queen check, king here. Queen F5 is coming. That is totally game over. I must be missing something here because that is... Sukaiji can't possibly have just given a piece away like that, can he? But this is the position. Okay, let's try something tricky. Rook check. King here. Rook takes. B6. Queen somewhere. Check. King here. Why is this better or even vaguely playable? I really don't get it. Does anyone see an idea for black? Have I genuinely got the right position?
B6 is terrible. Queen F8.
Well, it's the same position after rook takes rook on c8. Queen f8 is not threatening anything. Queen check, king g6. So you don't have to panic about that. What on earth? Is there some super knight move that sets up a perpetual or?
It's hard to believe that's the position, isn't it?
It is very hard to believe. Okay, time to put Stockfish on, and if it doesn't say +4, then I'm worried. It says +4. Okay. So it is totally and completely winning. All right. There is a possibility the transmission is wrong, but the moves all look very logical. So I'd be amazed if it was particularly in this game that we had some problems. No, I think remembering, of course, that Sukaiji was sick yesterday, took a very short draw. Maybe he started to feel a bit sick again. Maybe not just from looking at his position. Okay, Jack Rogers, who loves his Trompovsky opening, is playing it against Lee Trikien. And he has not much out of the opening. But knight b3 is going to be played. Sooner or later. So if pawn takes knight g3, no, the knight is pinned at the moment, but it won't be forever. Quite amazing how much time both sides have spent. So bishop took back. Really amazing. But that is one of the advantages of the Trompovsky I mentioned earlier. It forces your opponent to think early, and they can easily use up a lot of time as well. Okay, George C., we are expecting him to roll over Bayaskalan. So he's got his queen to h4. Everything's going along smoothly. Yeah, I've seen people try to play e6 here and get to an ending. And what usually happens is after queen takes queen on d8, white just follows with e5, and the whole black pawn structure is broken up, and the c5 pawn becomes super weak. So white should play something like rook a e1, just waiting for e6. And because, f5 is playable, but e6 is going to be the answer again. So, so she's trying to get into an ending that will usually work out horribly. Now, of course, white's pawn is normally not on a5, which gives black slightly more defensive chances, but not enough to be okay. So Johansson has gone straight into this ending. Why wouldn't you play bishop d3 first? Now that pawn on h3 could be a big problem. There's rook g3 if you want. Probably you do want, although rook h8 could be annoying. So black's got a modicum of counterplay here. It's a wonderful bishop sitting on d5, and there could be a problem on the d4 pawn. So, it's definitely weird. It's not like Johansson to start a swap rather than finish it. Here, when you start a swap, you bring your opponent's piece to a good square. Here, if you play bishop d3 and they swap, then it brings your bishop to a good square. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is not that much for white. But I am. Okay, what am I missing? Rook g3, rook d8 I don't like. I would have played rook h8. But they say white's really not in danger at all. Okay, fair enough. So just two clear pawns up. Rusakov and Testolin. Okay, this is a Queen's Gambit endgame. You get this in the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit. And if black plays bishop f5, it's the sort of move that really top players play and weaker players should probably avoid, because after queen here, you've got one of these rather depressing endgames. Dale Johansson's been very good at playing the white side of these. Now, even knight f3 is controversial. A lot of people like to go knight e2 and knight g3 or knight f4. But and again, you do not want to swap on g6 ever with white, but you do want to play knight h4 and dump something on f5 and get black to do the swapping. So here b3 is solid, king d7 and knight h4. So This is supposedly okay for black. The maneuver here with black, I believe, is to play knight c8, knight d6. On d6, it controls the f5 square, sometimes can jump in on e4. A5 played, which looks a bit funny. And now, for example, bishop to a3 could be good. He played bishop b4, but I quite like bishop a3. And then knight c8, knight d6. What? Why would you ruin your whole queen side to play a4? That is hard to believe. He just doesn't want the knight getting to a good square, but white would normally want at some point to play b4 in these positions, but the knight is fantastic at defending b7. So we have to move again. So white doesn't mind how slow white is as long as you can stop black from getting counterplay. So for example, black doubles on the e-pawn. White doesn't mind playing bishop to f1 and maybe later g3 and bishop h3 check or something like that. The funny thing is that in some of these positions, black can just play the extremely ugly f5 and then white somehow can't do anything on the king side. After the ugly f5, you can sometimes go f6 and bishop f7 if you need to. And with white having more or less blocked off the queen side, that looks like Jean Rusakov, the young Sydney player, really borderline for getting into the championship division, but he managed it up against the in-form Ryder Testelin. Is holding him easily with black. Really not a problem. Okay, Leo Kalina, another junior, up against Stephen Solomon. And this time, Solomon might be a pawn or two down, but it looks like he's got a decent attack coming up. Oh, I was expecting him to play something like rook b8 and wait for queen a4 and then take on h3, but he didn't. Queen here. So the king can easily move to h2 or somewhere like that. And black will probably just go f5. By the way, if you want to play knight h4 here, you get hit by queen g3 and you probably have to resign. Maybe d4 almost hangs on. But if you move your knight back, bishop h3 does really win. So I don't want to play knight h4. So bishop takes pawn is a serious threat. I wonder if we can play d4 here and answer bishop takes pawn with knight h4. Looks crazily complicated, but you never know. Might actually work for white. Of course, d4, we could just take it and go bishop b6, but white's achieved something there. So, yeah, Leo Kalina may well play d4 here. Okay, let's, we'll have a quick look at Zhang Jilin and Heather Richards before we go back to the top games. Pretty equal sort of position, maybe slightly better for white, so nothing much happening. And Heather Richards, she's probably got some crazy position again. Queen f5 check was where we left it. King b8, f4, knight c4. Why not? King h1. Okay, that's an indication that something's gone wrong. So right now you would expect, because now if you take on c4 with the bishop, you simply open up for the bishop on b7 to be aiming straight at your king. So it's not at all clear that you wanted your king on h1. Well, here I would have thought something like rook he8, just to increase the pressure on the e-file, was sensible. And I'm really unclear about what white should be doing. I presume there's no tricky line for black that actually almost traps the queen. No, just rook he8. And they say white should take on c4, but then there is absolutely no doubt that bishop sitting on b7 dominates the game. So Heather Richards seems to be doing rather well. That queen f5 check was a weird move, I have to say. So more moves in the Harvey Zhu game. And after bishop g5, rook ae8, and now rook d1. Okay, why can't we go e5 here? I'm totally baffled. I mean, it is possible to take rook takes and c5, but once you've played e5, bishop b3 is not really a serious check. So why is that not a simple, healthy move? Notice how black doesn't want to start an exchange. He always wants to finish it and get a new piece in a good position. And of course, by now, takes, rook here is useless. e5 is coming anyway. I would say rook ad1 is one of these vague developing moves that if it doesn't have a tactical point, is simply going to be a wasted move. And here they say c5. Okay, so e5, I'm guessing they wanted to... Okay, queen d2, big deal. Bishop e6. Takes, rook takes, let's say. And now they're saying b3. Okay, your pawn is weak, I agree. And why aren't you getting blown away here? Because once we play e4, maybe knight d4 is a pest, but there'll be a knight jumping in on f4. If you can take queens off with queen d6, you might be okay. It looks horrible. I'm not really sure why the computer is saying it's equal. It looks so much easier for black to play. So I think Yi is well up on the clock. Let's see. It was his first really long think, actually, rook ae8, and he's played c5. So it's not so much that he wants bishop c6, but he certainly wants e5, e4 without a knight coming to d4. So now, if queen d2, you can play bishop c6. And that pawn is ready to roll. So bit by bit, the second seed is getting on top of the 13-year-old from Sydney. This is our top board game. And remembering that we have 4 players on 2 out of 2 going into the third round of the Australian Championship. They are Harvey Zhu, Yi Lu, Ranch Chakrabarti, and Tedrick Lee. So only one of those 4 players is over the age of 15. So it's quite a remarkable group of players at the top at the moment. So board 2, Chakrabarti. He's going to have a nice bishop against a knight, but how nice? So let's see. So he took with the bishop, and instead of playing bishop c5 or possibly e5, he went a5. And after queen here, queen takes, bishop takes, because you don't have a choice with your weak b6 pawn. I can well imagine that this is working out okay for white. Now, bishop c5 still looks like a decent move, but he didn't play it. he played rook c8 first. Why would you leave the d file? So rook c8, bishop back, bishop c5. So are we going to take it? Yep. And here he didn't want split pawns, even though after pawn takes, you could play rook here and a4 if b3, and you're probably going okay. He took with the rook, allowing rook d6, and after b5 going rook here. So takes, 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 takes. So the knight on f6 is not well placed. Even if it goes to d5, you'll probably get some not very good rook ending. But the big problem you have right now is your pawn on a5. So if you try to play, for example, rook here and rook b4, we'll just go rook c5. And that pawn's in trouble. And because you haven't got the a8 square, it is very difficult to cover that. If white gets the a5 pawn, even if it's even material and black gets this guy, usually white just pushes the pawn and there's no way to stop it. So Chakrabarti has, well, been forced into these exchanges by his opponent, and yet each one made white's position easier to play, and all of a sudden he's in this dodgy ending. Now, I guess he might be hoping for rook c8. The one end game where you've got decent drawing chances is to swap rooks, bring your king up to d6 or c5 or something like that, because white won't be fast enough with a4 and b4, I don't think. So rook c8, and then after rook c8, you are sort of threatening to move your knight, or king f8. So I think he absolutely has to play rook c8. I would believe that almost any other move would give white a serious advantage. Because, of course, remember, black has to get out of back rank mate at some point. That'll be another tempo. So if you can't get a knight against bishop ending, and it's rook and bishop, if white gets one move, say, for bishop f3, then we can go rook a4, and you're really, really in trouble. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the 7th seed Ranch Chakrabarti win this, but of course you always have question marks about 11-year-olds' technique. So how many endgames, how well can Chakrabarti know endings? One of the areas of the game where accumulated knowledge is really, really useful. So he's forced his opponent, or his opponent forced him into this ending, whether he has the technique to win it or not. So rook c8 played. Tedrick Lee knows at least that he has to get that particular ending. So more games. Oh, yuck. So rook b3 played by Trevor Tao. Black plays f6, and immediately white goes for c4. Now, if black could get away with e5, perhaps he would be okay here. But we're going to take on d5, probably threaten your queen with rook c6, or play bishop b5. I don't know. E5 might just be necessary. However, how about e5 takes, 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 queen f3, threatening that pawn and threatening queen f7 check. That looks really scary. Knight f6, we just go knight b6 and take on d5. So is there a move? He did play e5. And now Trevor knows what he's doing. Takes here. Unless he's willing to take on d4, which looks very dodgy, but especially after bishop c4. He took back, and that looks like it's fatal. So what is the defense? Takes, queen f3. No idea. It does seem as if David Cannon has miscalculated something, or maybe he just felt that he had to get out. Does the computer say plus a lot? Yep, sure does. It says bishop b5 though. I want to take here. What's the problem? That's not winning. Queen takes d5. Bishop b5. They say this is plus 3.8. Sorry? Oh, there's not a... Hang on. He played rook c1, but what's he doing? Hang on. Oh, he's played rook c1 earlier. That's my problem. Okay. And he forced the queen back to d8. So we've actually got this position, which is not as convincing because we don't have that f file anymore. So actually he made it a little bit easier for black to break out. So that didn't happen. And he hasn't moved here yet. So what is that rook doing on c1? Right, if you really want to restrain black's pieces, you might want to just play queen d2 or queen f2 here. And let them swap in the center or let them block the center, I don't really care. Because if that happens, you're sort of dominating on the other side of the board. Instead he went bishop b5. Really? This is the position? So he allows pawn takes on d4. And what does he do? Queen f3 then. Bishop c6. Bishop c6 is only winning a pawn. If my queen takes there, then I'm actually winning rook. But okay, he's got it. I think he needs to take on d4. Though the computer's saying, take on f4 would be almost the same thing. And he needs to do something like that, but it looks as if the answer queen f3 is going to be very strong, followed by queen takes pawn check and winning the rook if you're not careful. So they think this, they think e4, queen f3, yeah, game over. So Gary Lane has beaten Sukai G. We left it unable to understand why white didn't play rook d8 check. And he didn't even take. Yuck. So he didn't need to take on c8, even though that was winning. And now he's a whole rook up. So Gary Lane goes to 2.5 points, I think. On board 4, he beats the 4th seed Sukai G. So the 2004 Australian champion has revived the good old days. I mean, it was in 2004, Gary Lane was still 39. It was quite an impressive victory. But now at over 60, it's tough. But he's staying up with the leaders. So on 2.5 points, he's actually the clubhouse leader, the only one to get that score. Board 1, c5 was played, queen e3. There's something about e5 that I'm missing because what does queen e3 do? So that was over, okay. c5 played, queen e3. I really, really want to play that. I just feel like you're going to get killed. In fact, I've even put my queen in the line of fire, haven't I? So bishop takes bishop, you just take with the rook, and your pawns roll down the board. Is there any trick here at all? What's that, sorry? So you're saying takes rook d5? So slow. Yeah. Bishop takes rook d5. Now, I don't really want to lose c5, but I imagine even if I lose it, I'll have e4 and f4 and be killing you. But maybe that's more counterplay than black wants to allow. I don't know. Yeah, so you can delay the advance of these pawns, but you can't stop them. So it's really, really not going well. So I would say our second seed is on the path to victory here. After rook c8, Ranj Chakrabarty's having a big think. And pawn takes d4, queen f3. That looks game over-ish. Yeah, almost certainly. There's just no good move here. And at worst, we just take back on d4 and have a pawn up for nothing. So actually the top games, and it sometimes happens in 2 games a day, the top games are being decided very quickly. People are playing sharply and just not calculating that well, although Trevor Tow's play has been reasonably impressive. Okay, Johansson, you would expect to win this one. Rook g3, king b8. But he doesn't take on h3 at the moment. Goes f5. Really? You don't, well, you want bishop, you don't want to play bishop f4 check, you want to keep it in reserve as something to do. And let's see how we go. So Johansson should win, of course. 2 pawns up. Testelin and Rysakov are still playing this end game, really very drawish. And okay, Rumley and Odenthal, what a game. Let's have a look. It was a Vienna game, main line, with this queen f3 move. Knight f3 is also completely normal. h5, h4 is playable. And this is the sort of structure you get. And in this line, black is more or less committed to pushing pawns on the king side and not castling on that side. Now, maybe you can stay in the middle, although very often there's a knight g5 move. But ultimately, black will probably go queen d7 and castle queenside himself. Yeah, there's something to be said for throwing a move like rook b1 in round here, just to tie something down to the b7 pawn. Knight d2 looks very odd. Scary. Very scary. So he's stolen a pawn. Well done. So I would say Odenthal has managed to escape. He's king safe. And yeah, there shouldn't be much compensation for a pawn here. So this feels pretty good, and it is pretty good. So that was the whole idea, I guess. Luring the queen to protect the pawn, and then takes and knight d4. And that is certainly a very decent idea. However, knight d2 doesn't feel quite right. And here you don't have a move, do you? Because there's a double threat of queen c3 and of takes on d4 and knight takes d4. So in fact, could you play knight b3 here? Queen takes pawn, bishop d2. There's another queen takes pawn, and we run away. But maybe it's worthwhile to confuse things. Maybe you didn't see rook g7 either. Maybe he was expecting some complicated line based on castle's queenside. So Odenthal from Sydney is beating the Tasmanian champion. Sterling Baaka, who started so badly yesterday, the one big upset, is is not going that well. Unless he's just allowed knight takes e6, but no, queen e6 works then, does it? Or not? No, it doesn't. What about knight takes e6 here? He's just put his knight in an undefended square, but he knows that's what he was doing. So knight e6, probably bishop takes e3 works. Oh no, there's queen to c8 mate, or almost mate. So knight e6 looks very, very good. If you take on d3, we just take back and then take on c5. There's no knight f3 check. I reckon he's just allowed knight e6. Yep, and white is better. So Sterling Baaka is bouncing back. We had a fairly quick draw between Ethan Chang and Jesse Zafirakis, and that is not entirely surprising because of the 100-move game that Zafirakis had before this round. Their game went so late that everyone else started and the others still had a 15-minute break. And Zafirakis, of course, saved a rook against queen ending, which is mighty impressive. So he was feeling okay but exhausted, whereas Min Ren, the guy who didn't win with queen against rook, is probably both tired and not happy with what's been going on. This ending should be very equal, but yeah, right now Min Ren seems to be playing rather passively. So Zheng Jilin, we left it. Bishop a4, that's a nice trick. Suddenly that black knight might move to f4 or somewhere like that, or hard to be sure actually. After b3, I think we can play knight takes c3. And if queen, oh no, queen takes, hang on. No, queen takes is impossible because rook d1. Yeah, so b3 is impossible, so you have to move away, and then surely there's some big sacrifice working here. So I think Narahara said he's tried to be a little bit too forceful. So we got this sort of position. And maybe he just overlooked bishop a4. Really nasty move, clearing the d file and getting ready for a discovery by the knight. So is there a defense? I'd be a little bit surprised. Rook e1, knight e3, what a move. And they say it's big advantage. I'm sure there are others, but okay. This is going very badly for the New South Wales Junior against woman grandmaster Zhang Jilin. So we still haven't got any results, and we still don't have a move. Okay, what is wrong with e5? Nothing, but it's not huge. Bishop takes, rook takes, knight d2, knight b3. That was suggested, was it by Daniel? And yeah, I'm amazed. It feels horrible, but apparently black is a little bit short of attacking pieces, and white has time to put the knight on b3 and try to tie some other pieces down. Still black for preference, definitely. So we did get this position as I predicted. Rook takes b4 just in time. So you can't take because of mate, and when you get out of back rank mate, our bishop is doing a good job. Now hang on. I would not waste time here putting the bishop on a strange square and allowing the knight in. I would probably start with bishop to b7 here, rook check, king up, rook c2, and just play a4, a5, a6, a7. Forget about your f2 pawn. I'm not interested in it because any moves that pawn can make will be very, very strong. So bishop a4, king f8, or knight d5, yeah. And it's already very close to okay for black. Remembering, of course, black has a knight c3 move in a lot of positions, and then knight e2 and knight c1, for example, to swap off into a rook ending. So, yeah, rook b7, knight c3 looks like a dead draw. Chakrabarti probably has to go rook b2 and just try to reposition, but chances of winning this are very small. So again, good defense by Tedrick Lee. Trevor Tao we thought was completely winning after